Well, hello, Patriots. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to tonight's evening edition of the Goldie Show. And we are starting early because I have some breaking news for all of you. So before we begin, let me know in the live stream chat where you're tuning in from. And if you're watching this live stream afterwards, let me know in the comments as well. So yeah, you know what? We're just going to get right into this because what's happening right now, the breaking news that I have for you was not even really part of what I want to talk about. Like guys, as you can tell, like I haven't even changed into like my official blazer or whatever because I was literally just doing some research and reading up on a few things. And I got like my iced coffee for my break, but I was like, this is too wild. I have to go live. Guys, look at this. So today is the last day of Khamenei's funeral, Khabar Marrakesh. I've showed you some footage and clips of, the Durkas and what they're doing. I've been planning on doing like a longer sort of deep dive into it and show all the footage. So today is the last day, and he's supposed to be buried in Mashhad, which, right? Like we don't want that foreign invader to be buried in Iran, of course, because we don't want to desecrate our sacred Iranian soil with the remains of these foreign jihadis. Let me show you where Mashhad is. Okay, so when you think of Iran as the cat, and I've kind of gone over this, the image of Iran being the cat. So let me show you. Oh, come on. Open image in new tab. And guys, I know 2C's going live in about 40 minutes. I will tune into 2C when he goes live. But okay, so just to put it in perspective, this is Iran, the kitty cat, right? There's the head with the two ears. There's like the chest area, the feet, and then here's like the little hump in the back, okay? So Mashhad is right there, okay? This is Mashhad, and this is where the capital Tehran is, okay? So that's just to kind of put it in perspective. Anyway, so there have been at least two IRGC members, right? So remember, these are the Muslim Nazis. At least two have been sent to hell where they belong. Now, this is what Iran International is reporting. And then I'm going to show some other posts, okay? But I want to start off with like the official sort of, verified news. So Iran International is reporting two Basij members. So guys, the Basij are basically the voluntary paramilitary forces of the Islamic regime. And the Basij are responsible for the murder of the innocent, unarmed Iranian people, right? So whenever you see the word Basij, you can pretty much replace that with Muslim Nazi or Islamic regime. So look at this. Two Basij members were killed in a shooting in Mashhad after two unidentified men in military clothing opened fire on them with handguns, according to IRGC affiliated Sabirine News. The shooting reportedly took place on Fakhuri Boulevard, while gunfire was also heard near the Imam Reza shrine. Good. One of the Basij members was killed at the scene, and another died later in hospital, the report said. The attackers fled, and security forces are searching for those behind the attack. So, guys, who is this? Is this, people in the military who've defected? Because remember, we know that there are numerous Iranians who are in the Artish, the military that's different from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The IRGC was created after 1979 to protect the Islamic regime. So we know that there are a lot of defections within the military. So we don't know. Are these people who did this shooting, are they, part of the military and they've defected? Are they the Garda Javidan? Are they just, did they steal some military uniforms and they're using them as disguises? We don't know. But guys, these are Iranians fighting back. Okay. Now, this is just what Iran International is reporting. So it's at least two, but I have way more sources for you, okay? And a lot more footage. So let me pull up the first one that I have for you guys. So Nayak Gorbani posted, a checkpoint in Mashhad has come under attack. According to reports, 3 members of the Islamic Republic's security forces have been eliminated. P.S. We will rise, we will win, we will take our Iran back. Yes, we will. Javid Shah. So this is the one update. And then there's this one here. So there's a website called Eyes of Iran, and this website has a lot of the like breaking news and updates and things like that. So Eyes of Iran is reporting Mashhad, the checkpoint in the Sadafrazan area, was sprayed with gunfire by unknown persons. An armed clash occurred around the Imam Reza shrine. And the second, the people who attacked the Mashhad checkpoint tonight were wearing military uniforms and fled after hitting the security forces. Okay, so guys, this is big. So if I show you a map of Mashhad, okay, I'm pretty sure like that, isn't that where like they're taking Khamenei's like corpse or something? Anyways, so let me show you Mashhad here. Okay, so this is the Imam Reza shrine. Okay, this is the Imam Reza shrine. I've actually visited that as a child. It basically it smells like BO and like stinky feet and rose water. That's basically what Imam Reza shrine smells. It basically just smells like terrible BO. And then, how like someone has like really bad body odor, but then instead of like engaging in proper hygiene, like instead of like, washing and using deodorant, they just try to cover the smell of their BO with perfume. Yeah, that's basically what this smells like. It's like terrible BO, and then they just try to mask the BO with rose water. It's disgusting. But yeah, so that's the Imam Reza shrine. So it's pretty much in like, it's kind of like in the heart. It's in the heart of Mashhad. Okay, so this is Mashhad here, and so the shrine of Imam Reza is like pretty much the heart of it, right? Okay, so there you go. So that's that one, and then let me get to this other post as well. Oh guys, I have footage for you. Look at this. So confirmed. Attack on the Basij checkpoint in the Saraf Rozan area of Mashhad by an armed team. According to initial reports, 3 Basij members have been killed so far. Remember, Basij is basically Muslim Nazi. They're the occupiers. So they're saying 3 Basij. Now, remember, Iran International is saying 2. At least 2 have been confirmed, but apparently the number is much more. We don't know, but we know that at least 2 have been, exterminated. And then here's image of one of them killed. So yeah, this is literally one of the people, one of the Muslim Nazi terrorists that was sent to hell where he belongs. So I'm bringing you the Khabar Margish, right? The news of his death. So there you go. All right. And so that's that. And then let me bring another update for you. Guys, anyone who's claiming that they know who's behind these attacks, don't believe it, don't trust it. We don't know yet. We don't know. We literally don't know who's behind these attacks. It could be anyone. It could be anyone. Certainly not the MEK. Certainly not the MEK. Guys, the MEK has 0 support and very little operatives inside of occupied Iran. But this is what the MEK does. Whenever something happens, the MEK will try to claim, like if it's something good, they'll try to claim that this was the MEK. So it's not the MEK. Like that's just utter garbage and nonsense. And anyone who's, if they're saying the Kurds, again, guys, no. If you're referring to like the Iraqi Kurds that are like the separatist Iraqi Kurds, no, it's not that. And it wouldn't even be it wouldn't be the Iranian Kurds, because guys, Mashhad is here, okay? Mashhad is here. The Iranian Kurdish population lives predominantly in this part, okay? So when you look at Iran as a kitty cat, okay, the Iranian Kurdish population lives in sort of the northwest part, okay, over here. This happened in Mashhad, okay? This is not like a heavily populated area with Iranian Kurds. So it's not, it's not the Kurdish, it's definitely not the Iraqi Kurdish rebels, first of all. So you can get that, you can forget about that. And again, like ignore the whole the Kurds narrative, because the Iraqi communist separatist Kurds are not welcome in Iran. And in fact, Iranian Kurds, who are very loyal and patriotic, they despise the separatist Kurds. So that's a whole other thing. So there you go. So this was in the the Iranian Kurdish people live predominantly here. Mashhad is here. Okay, Mashhad is here. So it's not in like a Kurdish area. And definitely not the MEK. Guys, the MEK will claim that everything positive is their doing. It's literally a lie. The MEK is irrelevant. They're basically Islamic jihadi communists, right? They're like a weird Islamic communist death and sex cult, right? Like they have maybe only like 20,000 members in their cult. Okay, so the MEK is irrelevant there. Again, we don't know who it is, but it kind of looks like an inside job. Okay, kind of looks like an inside job. So this is, guys, this is why I try to share geography with you, because when you understand like where, when you know where the different cities are, that's how you can know what's happening here. And I know a lot of people are asking, well, what about this ethnicity, what about that ethnicity? Guys, again, I'm going to remind all of you, all of us are Iranian first. So remember, it's racist to point to ask about, was it this Iranian tribal group or that Iranian tribal group, right? Like, you're listing all these tribal groups, but you're just listing like the main ones, the ones that are most populated. None of you know none of you know about the actual like smaller tribes, right? Like, how come no one ever asks about the lords, right? Like, I'm a Lord Bakhtiari, no one asks about the lords. How come no one ever asks about the Mazandaranis or the Gilakis, right? So keep that in mind. Like, stop focusing on the ethnic background of the Iranian people, because we are all Iranian first. That's the key thing that you all need to remember. So again, we don't know who did this, but I guarantee you it wasn't the separatist Iraqi Kurds. I highly unlikely that it's the patriotic Iranian Kurdish people. I mean, it could be, but we don't know. But anyways, we don't know yet. We have no details. I can tell you, it's guarantee you, it's not the MEK. It's not the communists, right? So okay, let me go back to this post here that I wanted to share. So apparently, reports say 8 to 10 people, like Basij, were boomed in shootings in Mashhad. And then, wow, okay, so yeah, according to Islamic regime media, based on information, 2 unknown individuals in military clothing using a handgun targeted a number of Basij members, during which one of the Basij members died at the scene and another died in the hospital. The assailants are on the run. Efforts by security forces to identify and arrest the perpetrators of this action continue. Okay, so let me just organize my notes here so that I know what I've gone over with you and what I have not, because I want to make sure that I don't give you like duplicate info or go over things that I've already gone over. Okay, so so here's photos. So here's photos of 2 of them. So these are the 2 confirmed Muslim Nazis who have been sent to hell where they belong, basically, right? So these are 2 of the Muslim Nazis. And remember, these people are responsible for the mass slaughter of the innocent, unarmed Iranian people, right? So there you go. So when you see these images, like, think this is like the equivalent of seeing like pictures of dead Nazis in World War II, right? So like when I see images like this, to me this is it's like the equivalent of like dead Nazis in World War II. And remember, the only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. Same thing with the Islamic regime. The only good Muslim Nazi is a dead Muslim Nazi. So no, these people are not on the boom boom bingo sheet. These people are just like the kind of like the rank and file. These were just Basij members at a checkpoint. So they're not on the boom boom bingo sheet. Okay, so there's that. Oh. Whoa. Okay, you know what? Wow, what is this? Oh. Guys, there was also a targeted strike in Shiraz. Reports indicate that this evening, the Thar Allah IRGC terrorist groups based near the Mo'alim intersection in Shiraz was targeted in 2 waves of attacks. Okay, let me pull up the map that I had earlier so I can show you where Shiraz is. And, conveniently, for some reason, what a coincidence, the map that I pulled up. So, okay, this is Mashhad. This is where we're reporting the initial boom booms. And then this is Tehran here. Tehran is the capital. Shiraz is down here. Okay, so again, this is quite a distance between Mashhad and Shiraz. And to put it in perspective, this is how big Iran is, okay? This is how big Iran is. I like to use this example because it kind of puts it in perspective. So this is the actual size of Iran overlaid over the map of the United States. So as you can tell, like, Iran is pretty big. So Mashhad is up here in this state. I think this is what? Is that Lake Erie? It's one of the Great Lakes. I can't remember which one right now. Anyway, so Mashhad is up here, and then Shiraz is down here. Sorry guys, I'm terrible. I'm terrible with the states, right? Americans, help me out here. Americans, I need your help. America. Okay, what state is this one up here? What state is it? This is Wisconsin. Okay, so yeah, so here you go. So Mashhad is basically like the northern part of Wisconsin. No, this isn't Texas. Texas is down here, guys. I know Texas. This is Texas. Shiraz is in the state that's just above Texas. What is that? What state is this one here? Is that Oklahoma? Okay, so yeah. So that's the difference. Okay, so wait, what are these two states? What's the bottom? You know what? Let me just pull it up here, guys. Sorry. Let me see here. Illinois. Okay, so the bottom one is Illinois, and okay, so the top one is Illinois, and the bottom one is Oklahoma. Okay, so there you go. So, imagine if like Mashhad. Okay, so this is Illinois, and Mashhad is, I guess, kind of like where Chicago might be. Okay, so kind of like close to Chicago, and then Shiraz is in Oklahoma, like Oklahoma City. Okay, so imagine the distance between Chicago and Oklahoma City. That's pretty much the distance between Mashhad and Shiraz. Okay, so just to give you an example of the distance between these two places. Okay, so there are things happening across Iran, and Iran is a very, very large country. So all this is happening tonight. Anyway, so there you go. So that's Shiraz. So now let's go back to this breaking news. So reports indicate, now we're waiting for like official confirmation, but reports indicate that this evening the Thar Allah IRGC terrorist group's base near the Mu'alim intersection in Shiraz was targeted in 2 waves of attacks. According to these reports, the facility was first struck by 4 missiles around 6:55 p.m. That's of course Iran local time. And approximately 10 minutes later, it was hit again by 3 more missiles. Following these attacks, Ibrahim Mortazavi Nassob, 2nd Brigadier General and commander of the Shiraz Thar Allah IRGC Resistance District, was sent to hell. So far, no further details have been released regarding casualties and potential damage from this attack. So apparently there have been some missiles, some boom booms in Shiraz, and this terrorist was sent to hell where he belongs. And he literally has the IRGC logo behind him, right? Remember, the IRGC stands for Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So the IRGC is anti-Iranian. The IRGC is like pro-Durka. Well, they are Durka, basically. Like, they're all about jihad and like Islam and invading Iran and all that stuff, right? So at the same time that there was like or I don't know at the same time, but in the same evening that there have now been attacks against Basij in Mashhad at checkpoints, this Muslim Nazi was allegedly exterminated by missiles. Sorry. Okay. So that's pretty much what I have for the latest breaking news. Okay, and we are waiting for oh my gosh, what is this? Okay, so someone from my team sent this to me. So you know how the IRGC, they've literally been making like these Lego videos, like these Lego Jihad Haydar videos, and like in these Lego videos, the IRGC is like attacking President Trump or something. Apparently, I don't even know what this is. The caption for my team is, "You have to see this, trust me." So I mean, let's see what this is. What in the Allahu Akbar Durka Jihad are we about to experience together right now? Oh my gosh! What is this? Oh my god! Oh my gosh, guys! So as part of Khamenei's like funeral carnival circus freak show, the Islamic regime made a giant Lego version of President Trump, and they're hanging it from a crane. This is disgusting. Guys, you know, like, these are the cranes that they use to hang us, right? Like, these are the cranes that the Islamic regime uses to hang innocent people. So, you know, whenever you hear about you know, an Iranian who's been executed, this is what they use, right? So, you know, when President Trump talks about the wrestler who was hanged by the Islamic regime, these are the cranes. And the hanging is very horrific, guys, because, you know, a lot of times you think it's like a quick thing and they snap your neck. No, the way that the Islamic regime hangs Iranians is they wrap the rope around your neck, and then using the crane, they slowly lift you up into the air so that your neck doesn't break, and then you asphyxiate. And, you know, usually it takes between 10 minutes to 30 minutes to die by asphyxiation. And the entire time that, you know, you're being hanged, for that 10 minutes to 30 minutes or however long it takes, all the Durkas and jihadis and, you know, the Islamic regime clerics and all these evil people, they're basically standing beneath you at the bottom of the crane, and they're just going Allahu Akbar over and over again, and they're basically like reciting verses from the Quran, right? Their demon book. So yeah, like, I know some of you might think this is funny, but like for us, like, just, you know, seeing this crane, it's disgusting. It's disgusting because this is how they murder us. This is how they murder us. Okay, I think Tusi is going live now, if I'm not mistaken. So let's tune in. Yeah. Okay. Let's tune into Tusi. I'll be back in a little bit. I just wanted to give you guys the breaking news, but I'll be back when Tusi's done.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and more strikes are happening tonight on IRGC positions across Iran. We are no longer looking at the coastline of the country, but deep into Iranian territory. The few strikes that we've already had have been slightly mysterious, but some of them have now been clarified. And the funeral of Ali Khamenei, the former supreme leader of the Islamic Republic, who is a little bit dead right now and barbecued, has been disrupted following an armed attack and shooting, which has eliminated a number of IRGC members in Mashhad. And we're going to obviously go live to the city of Mashhad, where Khamenei's remains, or whatever's basically remained of his dead body, have now been buried. Finally, they had some issues. They had to cut off the live broadcast, the Islamic Republic state media, because of the distractions of a little bit moderate ceasefire style shooting that occurred in the city of Mashhad, which is in the northeastern part of Iran. We're going to give you guys the latest update on what's going on tonight in the Middle East, and of course a number of videos to show you guys from the latest round of strikes, but the Americans are not involved in the ones that we are reporting. The Israelis are also not involved. It is the Arabs, and of course I think at this point you guys could probably guess which countries might be slightly interested to get involved. Again, it's not the first time the Arabs have hit the IRGC recently, but yes, let's see if you can guess which countries are a little bit angry. First, we're going to go to our 2C TV map to show you what's been going on. First, we're going to go to the southwestern parts of the country in Ahvaz, by the border near Iraq. It's right up here. So that's Ahvaz, and we've just had. So I'm going to take you through the timeline of what actually occurred, because there was an update that there was an explosion. First, there were speculations that there was a strike, and everybody said, oh, it's the US military launching strikes in Ahvaz again. I couldn't find any evidence of strikes because I couldn't see, there was no evidence of the US Air Force flying around that area earlier on. Then we discovered this was in fact a different type of explosion. It wasn't a strike, airstrike. Well, then we got the update that Ali Reza Khodadadi, who is the advisor to the provincial contract, basically this is the Vali Asr part of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Ahvaz in the southwest, was the target of assassination. Now, the initial update from the Islamic Republic, what do you think they said? Because they knew that this wasn't an airstrike, otherwise they couldn't really deny it. They said gas leak. The initial reaction, which has now been denied, the fire departments in Ahvaz said tonight's explosion was caused by a city gas leak in a 2-story residential building in the Hasay Rabat. I don't know this one. I'm not really familiar with the district in Ahvaz, but the problem with this was that they had to quickly change, because all these residential buildings near Ahvaz, a lot of them are basically modern buildings, and you don't really get gas leaks. It's just very, very random that we're getting so much gas leaks. Then we discovered that this was a targeted assassination. We don't know about the condition and well-being of that IRGC official, but Chabahar was also a target for strikes. Again, people thought that this was the US military. The US military denied it. Let's go to Chabahar. Again, for those who are not necessarily familiar, just as a reminder to show you where this part is, it's actually in the southeastern part of Iran. Right down here, we had a number of explosions, which again, we can now say that according to the Islamic Republic state media, Kuwait and Bahrain are responsible. Now, if that is the case, of course, the Kuwait from here, Bahrain from here. We do know that the Arab states have targeted other areas, but in terms of Chabahar, this is obviously coming from the Islamic Republic state media, but the Americans have denied the Chabahar strikes. The Israelis have denied, of course, saying that we're not involved in this one in the southeast. The Americans have hit Chabahar last night quite a lot. But tonight it was the Arab states. Going to quickly Mashhad in the northeastern part of Iran, which is located right up here. Tonight we've had the body or the empty box of Ali Khamenei being moved all the way from Karbala in Iraq to Mashhad, from the left side to obviously the northeastern parts of Iran. The funeral was slightly disrupted as we just had a massive shooting and a targeted attack on the ground. The Immortal Guard of Iran are being accused of carrying out these attacks, but there are also other groups, ethnic groups in the eastern parts of Iran that could be responsible. But a number of IRGC Basij forces members were targeted, and 3 were confirmed killed at one checkpoint. So there are checkpoints across the city in Mashhad because of the funeral that you can see is the live feed from the city. And one checkpoint had 3 people killed, and another checkpoint was also hit. And we don't know if the attackers, the anti-IRGC elements, whether they got away with it. Because, well, to be fair, the Islamic Republic state media have not said anything about whether they've killed the attackers or they've arrested them. So I think they probably got away with this tonight, a covert operation that was carried out successfully at a number of checkpoints. But we do believe, we are hearing again, we haven't been able to verify this, but the number of people who have been killed tonight in Mashhad is increasing. So some people are saying 5, 6, but we don't know exactly how many. But one of the most important thing about tonight's funeral, despite the disruption, was that the current supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Ayatollah cardboard Mojtaba Khamenei, did not turn up, despite promises that he's going to show up. He's going to make a surprise appearance, like he's Taylor Swift. He's going to jump out, so he's going to take off the turban, and the hair was going to go. It's going to be great. We're going to have a fan, just like proper, like Madonna. But the IRGC told us that they advised this supreme leader, the cardboard supreme leader, against attending the funeral of his own father. All the other sons of Ali Khamenei were there. The rest of the leadership of the Islamic regime were there. So apparently it was safe for them to be there. But for the one-legged Ayatollah, it wasn't necessarily safe. So I do believe that the IRGC were absolutely correct to advise a non-existent, invisible leader to not turn up, because if he turns up, nobody's going to be able to see him. It's just air. So that was a good advice, and he's taking a nap tonight while his dad, who was barbecued, is being buried. I'm going to go back to the videos this time around the Bushehr in the southwestern part of Iran. Choradak, once again, we've had strikes, not by the Americans, not by the Israelis, but by the Arabs. I'm going to turn this on. It's time. It's time for the fan. It gets louder and louder every time. Oh, yes. Anyway, yes, Bahrain and Kuwait are being, surprisingly, not the UAE in this situation. We have had the United Arab Emirates every now and then joining the strikes during the 40-day war. We obviously had Bahrain striking the IRGC positions before, but we now also are getting updates from Kuwait that they are also slightly angry at obviously the Islamic occupation of Iran continuing to attack them. So just a quick summary of the locations of everything that has actually happened. If I start from scratch, let's just scroll back in. So obviously we had in the south eastern part, Chabahar, we had the first. And then in Ahvaz, we had a targeted assassination of an IRGC official. We also had in Mashhad up there a number of shooting incidents that occurred, or as the CNN would say, isolated incidents, and so gas leak in the southwest and isolated incidents in the northeast. We have also had a number of explosions near Bushehr. So we have an air defense activity in Bushehr, but a very interesting location, not that one, interesting location tonight, deep into the heart of Iran, Kerman, right there. This area, which has been hit before, but is way outside of the coastal zones that have been mostly the targets for the Americans and obviously the Arab states. But Kerman is getting hit. We also obviously did have Iran Shah at the airport late last night, which we reported earlier on, that was hit. The United States military quickly clarified that they were not involved in these strikes. Although obviously, if the Arab states like Bahrain or Kuwait are carrying out these sort of attacks, they will notify the U.S. Central Command, because CENTCOM are there in the region. They have to monitor everything, whatever is coming out of Iran, whatever is going into Iran, and they obviously the United States Air Force are flying around all the time to monitor the situation. The Arab states will have to notify them, will have to get the green light from the Americans in order to do it. So this isn't really the Americans saying, oh, we are innocent, we don't know what's going on. They know what's going on. They're just saying that, oh yeah, this time it wasn't us, it was somebody else, basically. Look at the Arabs. We also have the Islamic Republic's official news agency saying that apparently a naval facility of the IRGC has been attacked again, this time in a different location. Where are we talking about? I'm just going to get the confirmation of the location, because I think yes, we are not far from Chabahar. This is in same province, the Sistan and Baluchistan. I think this is in Konarak. Yes. So if we quickly go back to this, in the southeastern parts of Iran, next to Chabahar, we have had missile attacks in Konarak as well, hitting the IRGC Navy. Again, not the Americans or the Israelis. So this is again the Islamic Republic state media called it enemy. The enemy. It's like the Daleks from Doctor Who. The enemy. Exterminate. But there is an update coming in. Just been trying to verify this over the last few minutes. I think we can now report this. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, good. Another IRGC member. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news on 2C TV. Once again, another IRGC commander has been eliminated in Shiraz. Earlier tonight, around 7 p.m. local time, we've had a number of missiles that hit the city of Shiraz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Mortazavi Nesb has been killed in the latest round of attacks on the Islamic occupation terrorist bases. So that's now been claimed, and I think this would probably warrant some sort of retaliation tonight on neighboring countries. But again, the Islamic Republic only managed to hit two areas in Bahrain. Was it Bahrain or Kuwait? Bahrain last night. They also targeted Jordan and Kuwait and other places, and Qatar. They also hit Qatar, but they didn't actually hit it. Everything was intercepted. I think a statement coming in from the deputy governor of Bushehr from the IRGC side. Before we get to that, a couple of things here. Dagenham Dave says, gas leaks again. You know, Ben Franklin wrote a short book titled A Letter to a Royal Academy, also known as Fart Prado. Maybe the IRGC has been taking notes. Haven't caught a live in a while. I bet you've missed my mum jokes. Yeah. I finally joined 2C TV. Welcome to the gang. Only because you're a fellow emo kid. Yeah, just like My Chemical Romance. It's not really, I didn't go full on emo, but my husband wore the Black Parade jacket at our Vegas wedding. Okay, that's too far. That's crazy. Do you think the reason that the cardboard Khamenei did not show up at the funeral was because he was recycled into the cardboard coffin? Yes, that's a good theory. All right, yes, we now have a short reaction from Ehsan Jahanian, who is the deputy governor of the province of Bushehr, saying that the military headquarters on the outskirts of the city of Bushehr has just been struck by a projectile. Now, it could be a drone, it could be a missile, it could be a flying gas leak, or gas pipe, basically, in that case. So Bushehr has been hit again. This is in the southwest, not far from the Hague Island. We're going to go to the Islamic Republic state media. The IRIB is a source of entertainment for us these days because of the funeral. They have gone completely cuckoo today. Everybody was holding these hashtag kill Trump signs. Why are they using hashtag? It's not 2015 Twitter. X doesn't really do hashtags anymore. Stop with hashtags. Hashtags are so 5 years ago, it doesn't actually even help the algorithm. It's just stupid. But they have this hashtag kill Trump things. But there is a state media interview going around talking to the pro-IRGC Iranians, saying apparently they're going to give away $100 million reward for whoever manages to take out President Trump. Let's go to the Islamic Republic state media with English subtitles.
این پلاکارتایی که دستتون گرفتین تو تشییع از آقا چیه؟
معنیش گفته که هر کس ترامپو بکشه $100 میلیون جایزه به این هشتگ مراجعه کنه مشخص میشه.
الان امروز شما اومدین تو تشییع رهبر شهید انقلاب اسلامی، ترامپ هم تهدید کرده، جنگ هم تقریبا از دیشب آغاز شده. نمیترسین؟
به هر حال برای آقامون باید می اومدیم و ما ملت امام حسینیم.
شما چطور؟ نمیترسین امروز تشییع حضور دارین؟
نه نمیترسیم. برای چی بترسیم؟ بیاد ما چی میترسیم؟ اگه نبود که این همه آدم برای چی نمیترسه؟ معلومه ما نمیترسیم.
بچه مشهد ترسمند خالیش نمیره.
مشهدی هستی شما درسته؟
بله.
اگه یه پیام از رهبر انقلاب یادت باشه الان بخوای برامون بگی چیه؟ کدوم پیامشه؟
مثل منی و مثل او بیعت نخواهد کرد.
And poor kid, he put him on the spot. He was like, yeah, so you like the Supreme Leader who just died? Yes. Do you remember one of his messages? You know, just a quote. Give us your favorite song from the last album. He's like, yeah, luckily he remembered. Imagine if he didn't remember. Imagine if it was a fake supporter. It was like, oh yeah, you know, everything he wrote, everything he said was perfect. But while these guys were doing their nonsense, but actually one of the things I really appreciated was the fact that they made a good bit of effort. I'm going to put it back on, because if you look at the signs that they are holding, hang on. No, go away. There we go. So look at this. $100 million reward. Good, fine. Hashtag, that's the problem. Don't put hashtag. It's just stupid on a sign. And it says, kill Trump, Netanyahu, comma, Pete Hegseth, and Dan Kane as well. Full stop. I appreciate the effort of trying to write it correctly. You know, comma, full stop. You know, when you add as well, it makes it a little bit cheesy. Also, for those who actually respect the English language, it's always important to use the Oxford comma. Oxford comma means that you have to put it after the second word, in this case, second name, Pete Hegseth. Also, you've got Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane's full name, and Netanyahu only has one surname. It's just weird. Anyway, so that was my criticism. Next time, try harder. You're getting there. Just be less cheesy about it. Now, earlier on, we reported that control towers have been hit over the last day or two. One of them has been completely damaged. We showed you the moment of the strike, or just the aftermath. This is in Chabahar, southeast in Iran. We now have a slightly clearer video footage of what's left of the tower. It doesn't look good, does it? So we don't know exactly if people were inside. I'm assuming they were, because that's literally their job. And so that's gone. The right-hand side of it, that's where obviously they were mostly based, the actual control room. Although the tower was not brought down. So I'll give the score for this airstrike by the Americans 7 out of 10. It did well enough damage. It probably eliminated those who were inside the room, but didn't bring it down. So 7 out of 10, U.S. Central Command. But the Americans have now also said that we are preparing for weeks of strikes in Iran. We are ready for this scenario. Everything we need is already in place, which means that by tomorrow morning, we should expect a ceasefire extension. Usually when the Americans say, we're going to go for weeks and weeks, that means tomorrow Pakistan and Qatar will broker another ceasefire, which is still largely peaceful, but it still involves shooting and strikes and drones and missiles. So don't be surprised if we get another short-term ceasefire later tonight or maybe tomorrow morning, based on what the US officials are saying. We also received an update from both the Americans and the Israelis that the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of the United States had a phone call as part of the obviously ongoing contact that they have since the war started. President Trump briefed the Prime Minister on what's been going on with the strikes and the success of the military operation against the Islamic occupiers in Iran. Apparently, the Prime Minister of Israel did raise some concerns about the statements that have been made by the President of Turkey, the crazy Erdogan, basically saying that the Jewish nation should be destroyed. Turkey is becoming a bit of a problematic country in the region, in case you were not aware. And because President Trump is keeping Erdogan close, and that is the right strategy, Prime Minister Netanyahu did raise this concern. And the fact that they basically made this public, that's on purpose, to basically say, we had a conversation and we discussed Erdogan going absolutely insane as well, to send a message to Turkey that, don't forget, Israel and the US still close friends. But again, as long as you keep Erdogan on the leash, everything's going to be fine. But the issue is that we don't know medium term and long term, because the Turks have ambitions in Syria to create, to establish military bases not far from Israel. And that will become a bit of an issue for the state of Israel, because, again, Turkey's one of the objectives that Turkey has is to wipe out the Jewish nation. So it's usually best not to live next door to people who want to kill you. That's the lesson that the Israelis learned after Gaza and Lebanon with Hezbollah and Hamas. Let's quickly get some more reactions over here. I can confirm it was a gas leak, says Dr. Zuland. I got major gas leaks after dining at Allen Snack Bar. If Ducey dies from heat stroke, he will get 72 buckets of ice in heaven. That is the dream. I would not mind that afterlife. Glasgow exploding with protests every night. Ducey, says Zionist Scott. Dagan of Dave says, I reckon the Arab states have found it quite salutary to return the IRGC's gifts finally. And Jay says, first of all, turn on the damn fan. If it bothers people, they can use mute and subtitles. But we have joked that you're wearing a button-down and bathing suit. Plus, we were cleaning and found Greg's cousin, Gary the Goat. so many issues, so many questions. I'm going to turn on the fan a little bit. This big fan that I have is the one that spits. It's a demister. It's got water in it. Hang on. I don't care what you say. I'm going to turn it on for a bit. Although apparently I was told if I hold my hand, I couldn't find the dead cat for the microphone. I didn't look properly. But if I hold it here, should be all right. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. We have a big super chat here. Thank you so much. It's a big one. You are reporting about the battle to free your nation. Turn on the damn fans. Be more comfortable. Speak up. And all else can suck it up and turn up the volume. Yeah, I think I'm loud enough, but I was born loud. It's nice to see Kuwait attack Iran rather than shoot down US planes. Yes, to be fair, that was the craziest incident we had when the 40-day military operation started. I'm pretty sure it was on like the second day or the third day when the IRGC were trying to target the US military bases in Kuwait. And then the Americans were flying around to defend it. And somehow the Kuwaitis hit the US planes, not really sure how. And then somehow the Kuwaiti air defense continued to fail to intercept the missiles from Iran. It was like, who is training these guys? I thought the US military had been giving good training sessions, but the Kuwaitis need extra training. We had, to be fair, we do make fun of we make jokes about the Kuwaitis. Firstly, people from Kuwait are lovely people. Secondly, we make fun of it because it happened like 3 or 4 times. Like the crazy incidents happened because of the Kuwaitis' lack of air defense. Luckily, it just caused slight damage to some buildings, but that was it. The latest ones, obviously, not the ones that it actually even killed, I think, 1 or 2 international residents in Kuwait. I almost forgot, says Jay, I didn't know if the globe behind you was always there, but earlier was the first time I ever saw it. And I think it was because it was spinning around and lit up. You only noticed it. This is like, it's big. What do you think was there? Yeah, brilliant. Now, you need a noise cancelling mic. Yes, this is a noise cancelling. It's one of the most expensive mics that we have, and it does have noise cancelling, but it would not cancel any noise that is coming directly at it. And I've also turned off the Omni part of it, so it's supposed to be getting my sound from literally down here, but it doesn't work. So you can run your fan and take it from a musician. The problem is, if I put the fan away and turn it on, yes, this solution works perfectly. Like it'll be fine. I can keep the fan slightly further out, and obviously I've got noise cancelling, everything else. The issue is, it's too hot for that to work. The fan needs to be right in front of my face. This is the only way it's going to work. Also, I think this is better. So now, stop talking about fans. We need to figure out a way to... Okay, no more fans. Stop talking about fans. I'm going to boycott discussions around fans. Reminds me of 1979 when the posters said, down with the Carter. The Carter. If you didn't get a million emails, I'll send proof. What? No more fan discussions. Australians giving advice. Yes, thank you. If the Arabs all allied against Iran, wouldn't that be the nail in the coffin? Could the regime survive if regionally and globally isolated? Yes, I'm glad you put the last part in that question because... Okay, you can sit down for a bit. Because it's not necessarily that if all the Arab states join in, the IRGC will lose militarily. It's not necessarily that. It's that they will be geopolitically isolated completely and they will get the message. So yes, but they are crazy. They're crazy people. To be fair, the only reason that they are still relatively confident is because they have Qatar and Pakistan in their pockets. The Qataris are a bunch of masochistic weirdos, the establishment in Qatar, because the IRGC hit Qatar, and the Qataris continue to help the IRGC to make ceasefire deals or whatever. Now, Pakistan, at least the Islamic Republic is not launching missiles at Pakistan. It's probably best not to do that with a nuclear nation. But if they didn't have Pakistan and Qatar, they would have, at this point, they would have fled the whole region. They would have gone to Russia or somewhere else. There's a lot of comments about air conditioning. I'll read them later. Sergey says, "You're going to keep ignoring me?" Video broadcast. What? I need context. You said that last time in the last live stream. There was no context to this comment. It's the same comment as before. I need context. Proof of Gary. Damn. Okay. Gary's alive. You could always leave the third world for a first world country that has AC. I know. Huge riots in London. Yes, just before we came live, I started getting updates that on Edgware Road in central London, we are having a little bit of a peaceful riot by the Arabs because Morocco lost to France in the quarterfinals. And obviously, when you lose to a top team like France, you're going to get shocked and surprised that you lost to France. And if you're like a country like Morocco, so obviously you're going to have to start a riot in London, of all places. Cultural enrichment in the capital of the former British Empire. Now, I can't even. Goldie Ghamari is in the live chat saying, "Who is your biggest fan?" You can't. Why are you doing dad jokes? So if I take that literally, this is my smallest fan. This is the big one. And it's still not that big, but in comparison. Oh no, everything collapsed. Oh, Goldie, this is your fault. I spilled Coke everywhere.
Oh no!
Coca-Cola. I meant Coca-Cola. Calm down, everybody. Calm. Coke is everywhere. It's in fact a Coke Zero when I said Coke. So calm down. You look like Lucifer. Tom Ellis, yeah. Well, I take that as a compliment, sir. He should be honored to look like me. It's probably the shirt at this point. Although the hair's gone good, right? I like the hair tonight. This is what we call a mess because of the fan. This wasn't planned. I love how every live stream my hair changes for absolutely no reason. There's no consistency with this hair. Anyway, this is the latest update for you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We will continue the live coverage on what's been going on in the Middle East as usual, and of course the other major events that happened around the world. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Oh no, I made poor Tusi spill his Coke. I feel terrible. Oh no. So funny. Anyways, there was the latest updates from Tusi. Guys, don't tell him. Remember, he said that he's breaking the news of that Durka that was sent to hell where he belongs. Don't tell him. Don't tell him that we already broke the news on that one. We don't want to break his heart. Wait, I'm doing the wrong thing here. Give me a moment, guys. What am I doing with my sheet here? All right. Yeah, here we go. This one. Don't tell him. Don't tell him that we already broke the news on this one. But anyways, it's all good. Tusi's fantastic. Guys, if you're not following him, make sure you go follow Tusi, follow his channel. He does amazing, incredible work. And Tusi pretty much brings you the live news, the breaking news, and the updates. And then of course, on my channel, The Goldie Show, we go more into like a deep dive geopolitical analysis, discussion, and conversation. So yeah, Tusi is fantastic. So go show him some love, go follow and support his channel. Okay, so the last place where we left off was this, where was it? This absolutely insane video of, again, it's like even difficult for me to even describe this, like this absolutely insane video of Islamic regime supporters hanging a Lego effigy of President Trump at Khamenei's funeral. So there you go. So they're literally like singing their Durka jihadi Haydar songs while hanging an effigy of President Trump. So you know, when President Trump says that these people are cuckoo, that they're insane, he's not exaggerating, is he? I mean, this is pretty much what we have been telling you from the beginning. But guys, it gets even more insane like Trump, because once they hang Lego Trump, they burn it. Look at this. Wow. Oh my gosh. Is this from, this is from tonight. So guys, literally tonight, not only did the supporters of the Islamic regime, by the way, guys, this isn't just like some random people. This is funded. This is paid for and funded and created by the Islamic regime. So instead of, you know, the money that should be going to support the Iranian people, you know, invest in the Iranian people, the Islamic regime instead is wasting money on creating these, you know, this giant Lego effigy of President Trump. And then they start burning it, and then they start yelling, you know, death to America, Magbar America, right? Like, it's just, like, do you see the garbage that we have been dealing with for the last 47 years? Like, this is the insanity. And by the way, these are the same terrorists that murder us, right? Those of us Iranians who speak out, you know, that crane that they're hanging President Trump's Lego effigy from, that's the exact same crane that they use to hang innocent Iranian people.
مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر اسرائیل مرگ بر بی‌وطن.
Oh, so that's a new one, guys. Marg bar bivatan. So bivatan means like those without like a nation. So basically it's like another word for traitors. So now they're saying death to all the traitors. The traitors, of course, are you know, myself and the other 85 million Iranians who don't support the Muslim Nazi foreign invaders, right? So this is how they gaslight us. This is literally a foreign occupying invading force. It's a foreign ideology. They've occupied Iran since 1979 with their Durka. And then they have the audacity to gaslight the rest of us Iranians. And they're basically chanting for our deaths. So they're like death to the traitors, right? And by traitors, they mean traitors to the Islamic regime. Because remember, the Islamic regime is antithetical to Iran. Okay, the Islamic regime, the purpose of the Islamic regime is to erase the Iranian identity and, you know, replace it all with Islam and their, like, you know, Arab jihadi Muslim ideology. So, you know, they chant death to America, death to Israel. Of course, you know, that's a given. That's, you know, what they always do. And now they're chanting death to the traitors. That's me and everyone else who's speaking out against the Muslim Nazis.
بی‌وطن مرگ بر بی‌وطن مرگ بر پهلوی.
Oh my god! Oh my god, guys! Now, did you hear that? Now they're chanting death to Pahlavi. Wow. So they're literally burning an effigy, a Lego effigy of President Trump, but then they're chanting death to Pahlavi. I mean, according to their own logic, weren't they successful in taking over Iran in 1979, and they kicked out well, they didn't kick out, but the Shah of Iran left to get cancer treatment, and then that's when the jihadis came in with Jimmy Carter and the Democrats' help in France and UK. But that's I've spoken about that before. But it's interesting because you would think that these people would think that they've won, right? But do you see how big of a threat His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi II is to the Islamic regime? Because now they're literally chanting death to Pahlavi. Well, I mean, according to their own logic, again, I don't agree with this, but according to their own logic, the last Shah of Iran passed away in 1980, and there is no longer a Shah. Now, we know that's not true. But that's what they have been saying. But the fact that they are now chanting death to Pahlavi, it just goes to show how much they fear His Royal Highness, right? If anything, this is validating His Royal Highness, right? This is validating the support for Reza Shah II. This is validating how much of a legitimate threat he is to the existence of the Islamic regime. Because remember, if he wasn't, and you know what's really interesting? These are the same people who also claim that he has no support, he's a nobody, this is not going to go anywhere, the Islamic regime is powerful, blah blah blah, right? So if they were actually confident in that rhetoric and confident in that narrative, why do they feel the need to chant death to Pahlavi? Very weird, isn't it? Very bizarre. Like, they're basically so with this chant, they are exposing themselves, first of all. They're also validating the legitimacy of the current Shah of Iran, right? So I know that this is a chant that says death to Pahlavi, but again, like, this is never, like, you would never have heard this a year ago, okay? Because up until a year ago, they would have just ignored. They would have ignored, and they wouldn't have ever said the word Pahlavi, because they were hoping that if they ignore His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, it would the movement, the revolution would just die down. But now they're actually saying his name. And I know the chant itself is a death to chant. However, I do have to say, I enjoy the fact that they are forcing themselves to say the word Pahlavi. And my message to the Islamic regime and the Durkas is, get used to it. Get used to saying the word Pahlavi, because you're going to be saying the word Pahlavi for decades to come. After we exterminate the Islamic regime off the face of the earth, and after we liberate Iran, which is going to happen sooner rather than later, but after Iran is free, you're never going to hear Islamic regime again, unless it's in the context of, criminal Durka jihadi activities. But what you will hear a lot is the name Pahlavi. So get used to it. And, as we say in Persian, enqad bugu Pahlavi ta dahan nahsetun adat bokone. باید به کلمه پهلوی و شاه عادت بکنین، تمرین بکنین. از الان دارین تمرین میکنین دیگه. آفرین که دارین از الان تمرین میکنین تا دهنتون به کلمه شاه و پهلوی عادت بکنه. So basically I just said, great job. Continue saying the words Shah and Pahlavi until your cursed mouths get used to those words, because you're going to be saying those words and you're going to be hearing those words a lot in the future. But yeah, oh my gosh, wow. So not only is it death to the traitors, it's now death to Pahlavi, which basically validates the legitimacy of His Royal Highness Reza Shah II, the Shah of Iran, right? Guys, they're terrified. They're literally terrified.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, guys, hey dad is like that Islamic Arab jihadi war chant, right? So they're literally hey dadding, right? If you need any more proof that these are, foreign Arab occupiers, there you go. They're literally chanting hey dad for their dead Arab warlords, right?
Haydar, Haydar. Amen. Haydar, Haydar. زنومن حیدر حیدر آی مردم این شعله‌ای که می‌بینید شعله حسدشه بگو این چند روز دید آقای ما رو هر جایی میبرن.
Wow. Okay, so now that I've explained the context behind this video, I'm gonna play this one more time just so that you guys can see how utterly insane these Durkas are. And then afterwards, we're going to get to some of President Trump's comments from, the last few days, because, now you can see why President Trump says that he's done with these people and they're cuckoo. They're insane, right? They can't be reasoned with, because this is who they are. This is who they are.
مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر اسرائیل مرگ بر بی‌وطن مرگ بر بی‌وطن مرگ بر پهلوی بلند بگو حیدر 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 همه حیدر حیدر زن و مرد حیدر حیدر آی مردم این شعله‌ای که می‌بینید شعله حسدشه بگو این چند روز دید آقای ما رو هر جایی میبرن.
Utterly insane. Absolutely insane. Okay, so now that you have a little bit of glimpse of the utter insanity happening inside of occupied Iran and the wild Durkas, let's go to President Trump, because he has said several things, and I want to share a number of them with you. And then, all I can say is Goldie's always right. So let's go to this one first. This is from yesterday when he was on Air Force One. I might have to turn on the captions here. The captions are auto-generated, so if there's a few typos or something, it is what it is, but
it's a long walk to you. It's about 3 times the walk we used to take, right? I hope you like it. So we had a very good day, very good 2 days, and a lot of things were determined. And what was really determined is the country's doing very well. We've made a lot of good trade deals with Turkey, and they've been a very good partner. He's been great, by the way. President Erdogan's been great, and I hope you had a good time. Any questions?
Mr. President, what was the security concern that caused us to change planes? What was the security concern that caused us to change planes?
We sent this one in so that the Air Force Base here was in the same exact line. So you saw, did you see the picture?
We did.
Hundreds of pictures, hundreds of people. Let me see that. You can't see it too well, but there are hundreds of people out there. So they wanted to see. So they came a little bit early and we switched planes.
So you're saying there wasn't a security concern?
No.
And was there any other issue? No issue?
No, except we sent it a little early. Same line going back. We sent it a little bit early so that we could let them see it. The whole base came out and saw the plane, and then we landed.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
Well, yeah, because you're probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleaze bags that we have to deal with.
So you think that Iran was possibly think you
Well,
target?
I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. You know, these are sick people, so I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something like that.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air
Well,
Force
I have
One?
a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a
So
specific threat today?
perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel? We just hit them very hard, and I say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20. And we did it last night.
You know what? I like those odds. I like that. You know what? President Trump, respectfully, you should increase the number. Every time they hit you one time, you should hit them like 100 times. It shouldn't be 20. It should be 100 times. But, you know, that's just my personal opinion on that.
They did a little something today, but it was really retribution for last night. They hit actually 3 boats, not 2. And when they hit, we hit back much harder.
Are we returning to a full-scale military conflict, sir?
I don't know. I don't know. We'd win it very quickly. It's another way of doing it. We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
If they want to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial vessels?
Because they're sort of crazy, to be honest with you. They're sort of crazy. They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal. Badly.
So, at the beginning,
Have you spoken to Senator Mitch McConnell since his hospitalization?
No, I haven't.
How's he doing?
I have no idea. I have no idea how he's doing.
at the beginning of before the NATO summit, you spoke.
Who are you with?
Reuters. You had
not the best.
You had issues with. You said you had issues with leaders of Spain, UK.
Yeah. Spain, I will say, I did have issues with
Also
Spain,
Germany.
and I still do. But Spain came back all the way today. Spain was very generous today. You know, I told them I'm going to stop trading.
What did Spain do to them?
They made. They honored the request for lots of payment, and if they didn't, we wouldn't even talk to them. They were very bad. They behaved very badly, in my opinion. But there was great unity in that room today, the NATO room. It was pretty amazing, actually. There was something very good about it. I actually wish the press was able to stay. Now, they may have been different if the press was there, but there was tremendous unity and togetherness. It was quite nice.
Sir, are you going to pull more U.S. troops out of Europe? And if so, how many and where specifically?
I haven't made that final determination. A lot's going to depend on Greenland, and a lot. I mean, you know, we're going to make a very good deal on Greenland, and if we don't, maybe I will. And a lot's dependent on Iran. I mean, they want to help now. You know, it's a little late to the thing because essentially there's not that much fighting to be done, but some will depend on Iran. You know, when they had a chance, an opportunity to help, they chose not to. So, but we're sort of forgetting about that. And now they want to help. They all want to go in. They want to help on Iran so badly, but we don't really need help. It's little things, but we don't really need help.
Did President al-Shara make any commitments to you on helping with Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Yeah, he did. He's done a great job. He's unified Syria, the president. I'm not going to say what he said, but yeah, he did. He was great today. He was great, and President Zelensky was great too. We had a lot of good meetings today.
Sir, you suggested that the only reason you came to this summit was because it was held in Turkey. Was this your last NATO summit?
No, I think they came a long way today. They made some concessions, and I think NATO came a long way today. And one of the things, you know, we shouldn't be paying for the kind of money we're paying for. No president. I did in my first term, but Biden immediately gave it back. No president should be having to pay the kind of money we pay. And again, we're really there for protecting them, not for protecting us. So it was ultimately protected against protection against the Soviet Union, now Russia, but it was against the Soviet Union. And you know, honestly, we're very far away. We have an ocean separating us. We'll see. The meeting today settled a lot of things. It was a very, very good meeting. And people understand that the United States is, we've been treated very unfairly. And then on top of that, they weren't there for a really de-nuking, because it's really not a war so much, it's a de-nuking of Iran, de-nuclearization of Iran. So this is all about taking nuclear weapons, not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons, and everybody should like that, even you. You have a question?
Yeah, the housing bill becomes law on Friday night if you don't sign it. What do you plan to do?
About what?
The housing bill?
That's a very good question. See, I'm a big fan of many bills, but I'm a much bigger fan of the most important bill. It's called the Save America Act. It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's no mail-in ballots. Other than it would be very, easier than this, frankly. But military, illness, disability, vacations, you can't get there, you're away, business. But other than that, you should go and vote. And if you don't, people cheat. People cheat. You look at California, look at what happened in the Spencer Pratt thing. I mean, with the votes, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of votes gone. Well, he didn't make the runoff. He was so far ahead of third place, it was ridiculous. Maybe ahead of first place. But look at that. Look at what's happened with Steve Hilton. Had the U.S. attorney not started an investigation, they would have gotten Steve Hilton out too. So we're a third world country in some states with respect to voting.
Friday is the deadline for the housing. Friday is the deadline after which the housing bill will become law without your signature.
I'll make a decision. Not that I dislike it. I dislike the fact that people aren't voting for voter ID with a picture. How can you not vote for voter ID? And by the way, the public wants it 94%. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, other than with the exceptions.
On Venezuela, did you tell Machado not to go back to Venezuela the other week? And what's your relationship?
You mean, did I tell him a long time ago?
No, Maria Corina Machado, the opposition figure. Did you tell her not to go back?
Oh, no, not at all. No, she's terrific. She's a wonderful person. Did she go back? I guess, right?
She didn't, and it was reported that
she did or didn't.
She did not. It was reported.
I did not tell her to not go back. I think she's a good person. She gave me the Nobel Prize, right? So how can I dislike her? She won the Nobel Prize. She said the only one that should win it is Trump. I didn't know her at all. So she said Trump settled 8 wars, which is true. They were talking about it today. Azerbaijan. I mean, think of the wars they settled. 8 wars that were going on for 30. Even if you look in the Congo versus Rwanda, I settled it after 14 years and about 15 million people had their heads chopped off. I settled that one. I settled 8 wars. And when she won the Nobel Prize for Peace, she said, I can't believe I won it. The only one that should win it is Trump. Actually, they probably will do the wrong thing. It's very sad with Norway. But I would say I should have won that award more than anybody that ever received the Nobel Peace Prize. Because nobody settled wars. I settled 8 of them because of a certain type of personality. I was able to settle them. Think of it, India and Pakistan. You know, because you covered it, that war was raging. They were a week into it, 11 planes were shot down, and that war was going to go nuclear. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. Well, guess what? It could have been a lot more than that.
Do you think Democrats should be able to pick a replacement?
A story that hasn't gotten a lot of attention, starting on July 1st, Medicare is now covering GLP-1 drugs for weight loss only. It's the first time it's ever happened. It happened under your leadership.
Yeah.
How
We split 50-50. So we got it down, and it's a great question because that should have
I was muted. Sorry, guys. I see. Okay, I fixed it. Thanks. Sorry guys, my mic was on mute on this end here. Sorry. But you didn't I didn't basically all I said was I think that's pretty much it for President Trump speaking about Iran in that video. So I just want to go to some other videos and analyze them. So that was his most recent yeah, people were like, you're muted, but I was looking at the mic here and the mic thing was on. It was my microphone here. So like I don't know why. Sometimes my microphone just randomly goes on mute. I have no idea why. Anyways, we're back. So it's it is back to everything that's going on. So I'm just looking at the most recent breaking news. So I mean, I already covered this, right? The targeted extermination of a couple of Muslim Nazis that were sent to hell. We still don't know who did this, but great news all around, right? Because the only good Muslim Nazi is a dead Muslim Nazi. So the most recent breaking news is from basically the governor of Konarak County on July 9. So that's tonight. Military installation based at the Konarak Naval Force was attacked in 2 phases by enemy fighter jets. So if we go to the map of Iran, this would be in the southwestern part. And I shared this last night, but let me bring this up again for you guys. So this is the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, this is the Strait of Hormuz. Let me change the layer to terrain, I guess. Or it's like the regular one. Default. There we go. All right. So this is the Strait of Hormuz. And then this is where Konarak is, and it's right next to Chabahar. And this is the border between Iran and Pakistan. So it's literally right at the tip where the tail of the kitty cat would be. So that's Konarak. So aside from all the other places, so remember, there was confirmed so the assassination of the or the extermination of the Muslim Nazis, at least 2 or 3, that happened in Mashhad. That's here, okay? And then the reported missile attacks in Shiraz that exterminated an IRGC commander, that was Shiraz is here. So when you compare Iran to the map of the United States in terms of size and geography, Mashhad is where like Illinois would be, so like Chicago, Illinois, and then Shiraz is basically like Oklahoma City in Oklahoma. That's a difference. And then Konarak would be down here. I forget which state this is. Is that I think that's Florida. Is that Florida? Looks like Florida. Yeah, so I think this is like it's like this is Florida, right? So somewhere there, or I don't know, what's next to Florida. Alabama. Sorry, Alabama. It's Alabama. So Konarak would be where like Alabama is, right down there. What's like the closest city there? Yeah, I don't know. Sorry guys. I'm not good. Mobile. Okay, so Mobile, Alabama. Yeah, so there you go. So this is how large Iran is when you compare it to sort of the United States geography. So, strikes and boom booms and pew pews happening in Mashhad, which is like Chicago, Illinois, and Shiraz, which is of course Oklahoma City, and then Mobile down here in Alabama. So yeah, so there's stuff happening all across occupied Iran. I want to go to a few posts from President Trump, and then we're going to get into his full-on NATO comments because, guys, I told you that this MOU is not going to last. I told you. that the deal that President Trump wants to make is a deal that the Islamic regime cannot agree to. And a lot of people doubted me. A lot of people were like, oh no, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're being too optimistic, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. So, 2 days ago, President Trump posted, the US military has never been stronger or more powerful. No other nation can do what we do. It's not even close. This year, we set even more historic recruiting records, months ahead of schedule. Morale has never been higher. Our military's unmatched power was on full display during our celebration of 250 years of American independence. And, like our country, the War Department has never been hotter. We need to keep it that way, which is why when Congress returns, we must pass Reconciliation 3.0 with $350 billion for defense, plus the Save America Act. I am calling on House and Senate leadership to make this their number one priority and ensure that $350 billion in Recon 3.0 moves out of the Budget Committee as soon as Congress is back in session. The Save America Act, which everyone is asking for, paired with the full funding of our great Department of War, can be passed very quickly, ensuring that the US of A stays free for generations to come. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then President Trump went on this whole posting thing on Truth Social, and I am loving this, guys. I am here for this. I am literally here for this. So look at this. So boom, this is from last night. So he posted someone saying, I voted for this. And wait, what's the zoom feature here? No. Okay, it's weird. Why is it not? There we go. I voted for this. So this person's like, I voted for this, and President Trump shared this, which I think is absolutely hilarious. I love that. And then here's footage. So President Trump is now sharing footage of
Whoa.
And remember, guys, I you know what? All this footage that President Trump is sharing, I shared all of this like 2 nights ago. Was it last night or 2 nights ago? I don't know, man. The days are blurring now, but I shared all of this.
Whoa. Whoa.
And he's just like, wow, wow. Guys, can I just say, I love the fact that President Trump is now using the word boom boom, right? Guys, I told you, we're here, we're all about the boom booms, and there you go. President Trump is now using that same terminology. I love that. So there you go. And I think this footage I shared as well. Look at this. He's like, oh, it's over there. It's over there. And then the guy's like, oh, right? Look at this. So then the guy's like, bia aqab, alan sedash med, means come back, like move back. The sound is going to hit us. So there, he's referring to like the shock wave, right? Can I just say, guys, do you understand how wild this is? Do you understand how angry this is making the Islamic regime? President Trump, okay, so remember, the president of the United States, the one that the Islamic regime calls, the great Satan and, the Allahu Akbar, jihad, death to America, whatever nonsense, right? The president of the United States is posting videos taken by Iranians in occupied Iran who are excited about the fact that the United States is booming the IRGC. Right? Think about that. Think about that. The president of the United States of America is sharing footage taken by Iranians in occupied Iran of the United States booming the jihadis, and the Iranians are like excited about this, right? And President Trump is sharing this. Do you know how terrible of a look this is for for the Islamic regime, right? Like President Trump's not sharing CENTCOM footage. He's literally sharing footage taken by Iranians in occupied Iran. I've never seen any president do anything like this before, right? So to put it in context, to put it in perspective, so for example, if let's say internet and X and all this technology that we have today, if this existed during World War II, so the equivalent of this would be like the president of the United States at the time taking footage of taking footage by French people who are filming the United States bombing the Nazis and liberating France, and posting that on his social media profile. That's the equivalent. So think about that. Imagine if the internet existed back during World War II. That's the equivalent of what you're seeing. This would be as if the president of the United States was sharing footage of French people cheering and celebrating the boom booms from the Americans against the Nazis. That's the equivalent here, right? So that's the context here. So this is really significant, right? Like President Trump is sharing this footage of Iranians who are thrilled about the fact that the boom booms are starting up. And as you can see, when the Iranians heard the sounds, instead of going la, 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 and running away, they went to the rooftop and they're filming because they want to enjoy the fireworks, right? They want to enjoy the United States exterminating the IRGC, and they want to bear witness to that. So that's what this is. That's the significant context here.
اون بره.
اون بره. It's over there.
بیا الان صداش میاد. صدا.
Do you see how excited he sounds? He's like بیا عقب صداش میاد. Seda means sound. So he's like بیا عقب, come back. الان صداش میاد. The sound is going to come. And then he's like صدا. Like he's like excitedly waiting for the sound, cuz he wants to know how loud the sound is going to be, right? Wait, look at this.
صداش میاد. صدا. چقدر
and they're just like, wow, they're like thrilled. They're thrilled. They're enjoying this. Oh, someone wants to see Pistachio Guy again? Okay. Let me bring up. I'm more than happy to bring up Pistachio Guy for you. I know I saved it somewhere. I'll pull it up, but yeah. This is my favorite video. Guys, I have so much insanity, so much Durka insanity to share with you guys. Where's Pistachio Guy? Did I not save this? Oh my gosh. Did I forget to save Pistachio Guy? Jeez. All right, give me a moment here. I have to go and find it now. I thought I had it. All right. Let's see. I have Pistachio Guy. You know, I'll find it later. I can't find it now, and I don't want to waste too much time looking for this. But actually, you know what? While I'm on this, I want to share this message from an Iranian but before we continue, look at this. This is a post I made last year. So on July 9th, okay? Oh my gosh, it's literally 1 year ago. Wow. So literally 1 year ago, I posted this message, okay? Someone sent me, an Iranian in occupied Iran sent me this message literally 1 year ago today. 1 year ago today. Okay, let me just post this. Okay. So this is what this person sent me. To the ears of the world, hear this. We, the people of Iran, are fed up with the current regime and demand the return of the monarchy. For years, we've lived under suppression and corruption. Every protest is met with bullets and massacres. The monarchy symbolizes our identity and progress. Crucially, the people of Iran love the people of Israel and yearn for peace and friendship with them. It is this regime that sows seeds of animosity, not us. Be our voice. We are fighting for freedom, dignity, and peace. Your silence is complicity with the oppressor. Iran needs your support. This message is the cry of 90 millions of Iranians. God bless Netanyahu, President Trump, and Reza Pahlavi. So, and then, they drew the flag of Israel, the lion and sun crown flag of Iran, and of course the flag of the United States of America. So, wow, I'm getting chills. I literally posted this message a year ago, and it's more relevant than ever. It's more relevant than ever. And, all of you have seen, right? At every protest is met with bullets and massacres. And of course, we all know what happened 6 months ago. So this message was shared 6 months before the massacre of Iranians on January 8 and 9, right? And everything here is still true. And if anything, it's even more true and even more relevant today, right? So there you go. Wow. I can't believe it's been a year already since that message. Okay, let's go back to President Trump. So this video, we already shared that one. So, and then we've shared this one as well. And then here's another one. I know I've shared a lot of this already with you from last night, but I'm really enjoying the fact that the President of the United States is posting videos taken by Iranians in occupied Iran celebrating and cheering the United States boom booms against the IRGC, right? Wow. We live in an insane timeline, guys. Look at this one. Okay, this one has no audio, but look at that. Whoa! That was so big. Look at that shockwave. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, that's exactly what freedom looks like. You have to boom boom the Muslim Nazi occupiers to hell. Look at this. Oh, wow. Chabahar, Iran. Look at that. And guys, so you know what's really important about this photo? So look at this. Do you see like where the damage and destruction is? Like guys, this is really important, okay? You know what? Let me actually pull up the original photo, okay? And so that we can zoom in, because this is really important for everyone to see, okay? Which account was it? Let me pull up the original photo here. Open source intel. Okay, so let me pull it up. Where is it? So many posts. All right, let me just search for it, because I want to explain something that's really important here, okay? And this is going to be a very good way of, countering all of those people who are like, oh no, President Trump is, I don't know, genociding the Iran, whatever, like Durka jihadi nonsense they say, right? Wait, am I looking at the right account? Where is it? Okay. Oh, is it just like a screenshot? Like, what's going on here? Oh, wow. Come on. Oh, wow. Okay. Never mind. So that image is not even from tonight. So yeah, honestly, this is why I don't really follow. Like this is why I don't follow this OSINT account, because they've made so many mistakes about Iran. But I mean, I figured that if President Trump is posting it, then it's, you know, probably accurate, but I guess not. So there you go. So this image is not from last night. But anyways, what I wanted to point out is that you can see that the IRGC base is on fire, but the city itself is fine. But given the fact that it's not from last night, and this account just, you know, posted images without verifying it, there you go. So yeah, guys, this is why the only OSINT account that I trust and follow is Shin. Okay, like I literally don't look at any other OSINT account. So when it comes to Iran, and what's happening in Iran, I literally follow Shin. So if you guys want like the verified, accurate info, Shin. And that's why I was actually surprised to see that photo, because I didn't see that photo on Shin, right? So like Shin is the most accurate when it comes to the news about Iran, when it comes to like the OSINT accounts on X. But anyways, President Trump posted that. Someone should tell him that it's not accurate. So this is actually, you know what, this is a good example of what I was talking about. You know, you can see, so the United States are targeting the IRGC base, which is much further out. Okay, so the IRGC base is way further out, and the residential areas are completely fine, right? So like this Iranian that's filming, I mean, even though everyone is saying, and the advice is like, when you hear the boom booms, stay inside, you know, go, you know, under like cover of something or whatever, right? Because even though the boom booms aren't targeting residents, you never know about like shrapnel or collateral damage or stuff, right? So you know, you hear boom booms, you know, duck and cover, right? Go hide. But this is how excited Iranians are. Like Iranians literally hear US boom booms, and instead of running and hiding, they go up to the rooftops of their buildings and they film the fireworks because they want to bear witness to that, right? That's huge, guys. That is not an insignificant, like, look at this, look at that, look how bright that is. Again, this is like the least ceasefire ever. I mean, does this mean that the ceasefire is over? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I can't answer that question. Is war back on? I mean, they're not calling it war, right? President Trump is being very smart about this. President Trump is not saying that there's war. President Trump is calling these attacks retaliatory attacks, which they are, because these attacks are in response to the IRGC going after cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, he did say that it's over when it comes to the talks and the negotiations and the MOU. He said it's over. But he didn't actually say, did he, that the ceasefire is over? I mean, maybe he did. I don't know. We're going to analyze his NATO speech next. So did he actually say there's no deal and the ceasefire is over? Because my understanding is that when he was asked, someone asked him about that and he said, well, we're willing to talk, but he's like, I know that he said it's over. I know that he said it's over, but he didn't actually say war is back on, right? So there's that technicality. Because remember, if he declares war, then, that's the whole 60-day period and it has to go to Congress and all of that. But if you listen to his language and narrative and rhetoric, he's not calling this a war. And even when CENTCOM is posting, they're making it very clear for, legal purposes and political purposes that these strikes are retaliatory defensive strikes, right? So that's the key part here. And these nuances matter, right? No, you guys are right. Like, President Trump did say it's over. He said that the talks are over, but he didn't actually say that war is back on. But we're going to get into that. And, maybe I'm wrong. But keep in mind, everything the United States is doing right now is retaliatory. No, these are not offensive. These are in response to the IRGC attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Right? This is in response to that. Let me pull it up. So CENTCOM posted this, right? Let's go to CENTCOM, guys. So like this is the nuance in what's going on, right? So CENTCOM posted yesterday, okay? So at the direction of the commander-in-chief, that's President Trump, U.S. Central Command forces have started conducting additional strikes against Iran, they mean the Islamic regime, to further degrade their ability to threaten freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. The United States is holding Iran, the Islamic regime, accountable for recent, this is the important part, guys, for recent unjustified aggression against commercial shipping and civilian crews freely navigating a vital international waterway. So it's not actually a war, right? This is retaliatory. It's defensive, okay? So the negotiations might be over. The ceasefire may be over. Although, if you recall, even when the ceasefire wasn't over, these retaliatory strikes were still happening, okay? So this is yesterday. This is from yesterday. And then they continue, right? So let's go to this post. So U.S. Central Command forces completed an additional round of strikes against Iran July 8 to further degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping and innocent civilian mariners in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces struck approximately 90. Wow, I thought it was 80. They struck 90 Iranian military targets, including air defense systems, coastal surveillance assets, missile and drone storage sites, naval capabilities, and military logistics infrastructure along Iran's coastline. The latest strikes follow successful execution of offensive strikes in Iran the night before. CENTCOM forces hit approximately 80 Iranian military targets July 7th. Wow! Oh my gosh! Whoa! Okay, so on July 7th, it was 80, and now, last night, it was 90. So that's almost 200. That's literally almost 200. 200 targets. And that's not even counting July 9, because tonight they've also been striking. So, oh my gosh, including more than 60 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps small boats to impose heavy costs for Iran, violating the ceasefire by attacking 3 commercial vessels navigating the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces remain vigilant, lethal, and prepared to execute operations directed by the commander-in-chief. Wow, guys. Oh my gosh. Wait, is there audio here? No, there's no audio. This video has no audio. You know what? Let me see if I have some good background music to add to this. Let's see. What do I have? I don't have anything good right now. Oh, wait, you know what? I might... Give me a moment. I think I can just... Sorry, guys. One moment. Oh, it's probably going to be copyrighted. You know what? I can't do it. I can't do it, guys. I think it's going to be copyrighted. But you know what? I'll just play this one. I'll play this one. It's pretty fitting. There you go. I was not prepared. You know what would have been the best song to play? It would have been Epic Fury, right? The Epic Fury song. That would have been the best one. But I didn't have it ready to go. I have to like download it. Okay, what is this like thing here? Just download it for me. What's going on? I should have like verified it. Anyways, so like the Epic Fury song would have been the best one because I know that one's not copyrighted. I will add that in for the next time. Oh, maybe I can do it now. If you give me like one moment, I might be able to do this really quick and we can replay that with the actual audio. I just have to upload the audio as the background music. Yeah, guys, you know what? It's a challenge. I can't I can't play like music that is copyrighted, right? Because then my channel gets a copyright strike. But okay, if you give me like 2 seconds, I'm going to replay this with the Epic Fury song. And that's gonna be quite fitting, and then we can okay, guys, we are good to go. So we're gonna rewatch this unclassified video footage of CENTCOM booming Islamic regime targets on July 7 and 8 in response to the IRGC attacking cargo ships. And remember, guys, what's really interesting is a lot of people were saying, oh, you know, President Trump, he's not going to attack the Islamic regime during the funeral of Khamenei, right? Do you remember that? Everyone was like, oh, President Trump's not going to do anything. It's like the same logic. It's like the same people who were saying, oh, no, President Trump's not going to attack during Ramadan because you don't want to insult the Muslims, right? And then literally at like the beginning of Ramadan, not only did they strike, but their first target was Khamenei and they sent him to hell. So not only did they strike the Islamic regime during the month of Ramadan, but now they're targeting them again during Khamenei's funeral because the Islamic regime was idiotic enough to assume that during Khamenei's funeral, they can just, you know, target cargo ships in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, and the United States is not going to respond, right? But as you can see, United States did not care, and they responded. So here you go.
Oh, yeah!
the song fits much better. Yeah, look at that. I love it.
Are you ready, Tehran? Are you ready now? No more deals, no more delay. It's time to blow the regime away. Epic fury, thunder and flash. Watch the walls of the regime crash. The sledgehammer swinging from the sky. Smash the regime and watch it die. Epic fury.
So beautiful, so beautiful. I could just watch this on loop for hours.
Mullahs crying, meeting their fate. My heart, epic fury. Passengers running from the American sound. Tomahawk missiles hitting the ground. My heart, epic fury. Ooh, are you ready, Tehran?
Guys, I have to stop. So I played the video twice. Literally played it twice on loop. Guys, if I don't catch myself, I could just like watch this video on loop for like 10 hours, just playing this song over and over, right? Because it's just so good. It's so good. But anyways, we have the Epic Fury song loaded up now. So anytime we have footage from CENTCOM or elsewhere, we have some good background. We have our boom boom music ready to go. Okay, so there you go. So that was the update from CENTCOM from last night, okay? And then U.S. Air Force F-16 fighter jet takes off from a base in the Middle East. Godspeed and God bless. And then this is the most recent update. Claim. Iranian state media claims that transit through the Strait of Hormuz is only permitted through routes designated by Iran. Truth. Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. Since early May, U.S. forces have helped facilitate the successful transit of more than 800 commercial vessels and 380 million barrels of crude oil through the vital international trade corridor. And of course, remember, IRIB, this is the Islamic regime propaganda outlet, right? So I've been telling you from the beginning, you can never trust anything. Never trust anything that the Islamic regime says, right? Especially their media outlets, okay? You cannot trust the media outlets. I honestly don't know why anyone, I don't understand why anyone in the West will, takes anything that the Islamic regime says through their propaganda outlets as fact, right? And now, like CENTCOM is literally calling out Durka News Network. And remember, guys, we've been exposing I've been exposing Durka News Network for a long time and exposing their lies, right? Remember, if their lips are moving, they're lying. That includes the IRIB. And in fact, if you look at the Boom Boom Durka Jihadi bingo sheet, okay, let me pull up the Boom Boom Durka Jihadi bingo sheet, right? So the Boom Boom Durka Jihadi bingo sheet also has a box for IRIB, okay? There you go, IRIB and state media. So the IRIB is literally one of the branches of the Islamic regime. Because remember, the Islamic regime is a totalitarian, authoritarian dictatorship. There is no free press in the Islamic regime. There is no freedom of media. Any journalist who tries to report the real news, they're put in jail, in Evin prison as political prisoners, right? So, guys, we've unlocked another box. So, if anyone who's keeping track of like the Boom Boom bingo sheet, we've unlocked a new class of Pokemon, let's say, okay? We haven't unlocked a specific Pokemon, although this guy I've spoken about before. Like, so actually this Durka here, he's actually spoken about me on his Durka Jihadi TV show, and he's called me out. So these people, they actually know who I am. And one of the reasons that I actually have a lot of supporters from Iranians in occupied Iran is because this Durka took my clip of Piers Morgan where I was attacking Chunky Yogurt, and then he came to Chunky Yogurt's defense and he was attacking me. So there you go. Yeah, this guy. So this guy is on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet, okay? Anyways, this is the IRIB. So those of you who are keeping track, we have unlocked a new, I wouldn't necessarily say a new character. We've unlocked a new class, okay? A new class of, Pokemon or whatever. I don't like in Pokemon, there's like, I don't know, fire Pokemon, water Pokemon, earth Pokemon, air Pokemon, whatever, right? So same thing. We've unlocked like a new class of Durkas, okay? So now these are the Durkas who run the propaganda. These are the Durkas who run the media outlets and the propaganda networks, right? So there you go. In the game of Durka, on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet, there you go. This box here unlocked. And by the way, those of you who tuned into Iran Revolution Live earlier today, we unlocked this box as well. And we unlocked a specific, I don't want to call them Pokemon, like a Durka. We unlocked a specific Durkamon or like a Durka or whatever, right? So what Jannati, so actually we've spoken about Jannati before. Jannati was like the 100-year-old one that we saw at Khamenei's funeral. But we unlocked another Durka here. So those of you who tuned in earlier today, where I was, live streaming, and I had my good friend Josim, who's from Kuwait, he was with us, and he was giving us the tea. He helped us unlock another character here. But now you go. So now IRIB State Media, this box here has been unlocked by CENTCOM. CENTCOM, because CENTCOM is calling out the IRIB as they should, right? Remember, guys, if their lips are moving, they're lying. Literally no Iranian trusts anything that the Islamic regime says through their propaganda media outlets, right? Not a single Iranian trusts what the Islamic regime says. And yet, for some insane reason, the Democrats, the, Western media, the anti-Trump people, the communists, the Antifas, the whatever, they will take this and they'll run with the story as if this is the real news. Meanwhile, we Iranians, we're just like shaking our heads like, why? Like, what? We're like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad is going on? Why is it that like these people assume that what the Islamic regime is saying is true and accurate, right? So, good for CENTCOM for pointing it out, but I also kind of feel bad. I kind of feel bad for CENTCOM because, CENTCOM has never dealt with this insane level of propaganda and disinformation and misinformation, right? Remember, the fourth largest ministry within the Islamic regime is their Ministry of Cyber Warfare, aka propaganda, disinformation, misinformation. They spend upwards of $1 billion US every year on their propaganda, whether it's through their media, whether it's social media, whether it's paid influencers, or whatever the case might be, right? Like they're troll bots in like Pakistan and Bangladesh and wherever, right? So this is why there's a lot of disinformation out there, because authoritarian dictatorships and authoritarian regimes, they rely on this fake image of strength and power in order to remain in control, right? So I just want to point that out. Anyway, so let me get to some of your questions and comments and super chats, and then we will go to President Trump's statements and we will analyze them, of course, because I've been looking forward to this for a while. Coffee Cup Pepsi says, love from New Zealand. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I've always wanted to visit New Zealand, especially because I know that there's, places in New Zealand where like Lord of the Rings was filmed, and New Zealand has some of the most beautiful nature and geography ever. So yeah, maybe at some point I can visit. But thank you so much for tuning in from New Zealand. Wow, howdy. Tread says, I'm only an hour late. That's okay, guys. So I started early today because there was breaking news about the assassinations. Tread gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Tread. Justin says, what's Durka's obsession with Legos about? So I actually spoke about this earlier, like not earlier today, but like in a I spoke about this in a previous live stream, but so the reason that the so basically the all of this like Lego Durka stuff that you're seeing, and I've shared a lot of these like AI Lego videos, right? So the Islamic regime actually hired several companies to generate these violent images of them, assassinating, exterminating President Trump and like destroying buildings and things like that. And the reason that they make it look like Lego is because apparently, and this is what I'm reading up here, and what I've read up, is that by adopting a toy-like Lego style, the Islamic regime bypasses social media filters that normally block violent or realistic war footage. This slopaganda is highly shareable and tailored to appeal to younger global audiences, right? So this is why the Islamic regime uses AI Lego, right? So let me give you like an example, right? So it's absolutely like it's insane. It's crazy. Like these people are literally messed up. But let me see here. Like it's just I want to find something that's like not too crazy. But I also want to find something that like kind of shows what's happening, okay? Okay, so here you go. Is this one? Okay, here you go. So let me share this one. So this is what I mean, okay? So the Islamic regime, in order to bypass the YouTube filters, right? The filters for remember, right? Like they're very strict about this. So they will make graphic content, but they'll make it like Lego. And then this also appeals to children. So this is also one of the ways, not only are they bypassing the social media filters, but they're also indoctrinating young children, right? Because this is like this looks like a cartoon, right? This looks like a cartoon here. So it's just like this is how insane these people are. Honestly, like I don't know, man. If I was Lego, I would be like suing the heck out of them. But I don't know. Wait. Also, can I just say like this is actually kind of racist. Like look at like how okay, so the native chief and then like the African tribe is like wearing like I don't know, like a cheetah cloak. And then, the Chinese, apparently, like, he's wearing like a, rice hat or something, right? Okay, sorry. So those weren't Chinese people; those were Vietnamese people. Which, by the way, is absolutely wild, because Vietnam right now, like, they're actually occupied by communists, and the Vietnamese people are literally fighting to free themselves from communism, and actually have a really good friend. He is a Vietnamese Canadian, and he supports us Iranians who are fighting the Islamic regime, because he understands, because he and his family, they escaped a communist dictatorship, and all of us who have escaped these totalitarian dictatorships, whether it's an Islamic dictatorship or a communist dictatorship, like, we're all fighting for the same thing, so we all support one another. But as you can see, like, the Islamic regime is gaslighting. Do you see that? Do you see how? So they're basically using Lego to depict blowing up the Statue of Liberty, because this can bypass the social media filters, right? Are they blowing up guys? They're blowing up the I mean, I'm not a big fan of the United Nations anyway, but I would never say blow up the United Nations. So they're literally blowing up the United Nations. Guys, this is insane. The UN literally supports the Islamic regime. The United Nations supports the Islamic regime. And yet this is how insane these Durkas are. They're literally sharing footage of blowing up the United Nations, right? Whoa, look at that. They're using Lego to depict blowing up the White House. But, like, again, in their wildest dreams, right? Like, we all know that they can never ever do this, right? So what you're seeing here, this is the closest that they can ever get to their jihad, right? It's literally this, like, weird jihadi fantasy about destroying the United States. And they use Lego because then it looks cartoony and not as threatening, and it doesn't look too realistic, right? So they can get around the social media filter. What is with, like, the weird music, by the way? I wonder if the music is, like, copyrighted. You know what? The music's probably copyrighted. Here, let me change the music. Let me change the music, because I don't want to get, like, copyright striked, right? So let me just go back to the beginning, and I'll play it without interruptions. And now you guys know, yeah, this is like the Durka Jihad Lego nonsense. Is the Islamic regime what? Is the Islamic regime claiming that Malcolm X sunk the Titanic? What is this? What is this? I don't understand the Titanic. What? Like, do you see how stupid these people are? That they're literally claiming that they're responsible for, or like, what? How does this even fit in with, like, you know, the other Durka stuff, right? It's just the wildest thing. Like, again, this is how actually, so someone made a really good point. The comment went by too quick, but someone made a very good point. The Titanic is not even American. The Titanic is not an American-owned ship. Who was it? Someone said the Titanic. Who was it? Yeah, Jack. So Jack said that the Titanic is not American. Yeah, you're right. It's not. The Titanic is like the Titanic literally has nothing to do with the United States except for the fact that it was going to the United States, but it was not an American ship. The Titanic was British. So not only is the Islamic regime claiming the sinking of the Titanic, but it has nothing to do with the United States. Like, this is how stupid these people are. Do you now understand the IQ level that we're dealing with? Like, the IQ level, like, it's so low that the bar is literally in hell. Like, that's how low these people are when it comes to their, you know, like, everything about them, everything. This is what I mean when I say that, like, these people are literally cancer on earth. Like, do you now understand why? Like, it's just pure insanity. There you go. So, going back to Justin, your question about the obsession with Lego. Yeah, it's because this whole Lego thing, it allows them to bypass the social media filters. As you can see, that's how they share their insanity. Senior Chief Actual says, the burning of the Trump effigy seems like an OSHA violation, but I guess we're here. Any word on the Jihadi Pilates group? No, I have not heard anything of the Jihadi Pilates group. I have no idea if they are alive or dead. We'll just have to wait and find out, I guess. All for Aria, love you and Rose. Goldie's always right. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Yeah. So Rose is my sister, and she has her own YouTube channel. She focuses only on science, and she does a live stream every Sunday evening. So every Sunday evening, we take a little, you know, optional class field trip to her channel, and we learn about different science topics, and it's super cool. And, you know, zero to do with politics, right? Zero to do with politics. However, I am going to plug one of her live streams, which is really, really important. So this is her YouTube channel, okay? And so it's the Gamma Ray Report. And a few weeks ago, she did a live stream about uranium enrichment, okay? So this one here, this one here on uranium enrichment. If you want to understand all the talks about, nuclear dust and what exactly is uranium enrichment, and what's the difference between 10% or 2% or 60% versus 90%, and like how significant is it that someone like a government has, let's say, 60%, and how quickly can 60% go to 90%, right? Because there's a lot of talk about that in the media where people are like, President Trump is exaggerating and blah blah blah. But when you get into the science of it, and again, so her channel is non-political, right? So she doesn't talk about politics or anything like that, but she talks about the science of it. And the science is really interesting. And I actually learned a lot. And this live stream, this particular live stream for me, has made it much more easier for me to follow along with not only what President Trump is saying, but also I feel like I'm better prepared to counter the narrative of people who are like, oh, like the regime only had 60% uranium and stuff. Well, I didn't know this, but I learned on her live stream that like regular enriched uranium for non-weapons grade purposes, you only need to go up to 20%. Okay, so any sort of non-military use. So let's say if a country is enriching uranium for peaceful purposes, you only need to go up to 20%. You don't need to go higher than 20%. But from 20% to 60%, okay, because that's like the next jump, because it's, I don't know, like some science thing or whatever. But the after 20%, it's 60%. And when you get to 60%, that's when you get into like the shady area, okay? Because you don't actually need 60% enriched uranium for peaceful purposes. But the Islamic regime had enriched a lot of uranium to 60%. And she also answers the question of how long it actually takes to go from 60% to 90%. And the answer is actually very scary. So when I learned about that, that gave me the knowledge and intel to understand why President Trump is saying what he's saying and why they did what they did, right? So, when President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu say that the Islamic regime was weeks away from building a nuclear weapon, they're not exaggerating, because the time it takes to go from 60% to 90% is much shorter than you might think. So yeah, if you want to learn more about uranium enrichment, definitely go there. And you can learn about that. So my little plug, but that again, no politics, it's just pure science. But the uranium one is super cool, super interesting. Highly recommend going and watching that. Okay, and let's go to the next super chat. So Tread gifted a membership. Thank you so much. And then Viperus says, the ceasefire concerned the Strait and IRGC attacking the ships. The second phase of the war, the blockade, never officially ended. A signed peace deal would have ended it. This means he doesn't need to declare a war. So here's the thing. He never declared war in the first place. He never actually declared war in the first place. I mean, Congress was calling it a war. That's why President Trump said that, Project Epic Fury ended, and now they're in, what is it, like Project Freedom something? Oh my gosh, what is it? I think it's Operation Project Freedom, okay? So Operation Epic Fury ended when, the ceasefire began. But now we're in Operation Project Freedom. and Operation Project Freedom isn't technically a war. Operation Project Freedom is retaliatory, and President Trump even said that, right? So, here's just like a quick AI overview. So, President Trump announced Project Freedom as a U.S. military initiative to help neutral cargo ships safely escape the blocked Strait of Hormuz. The project used 15,000 service members to provide a defensive umbrella with air cover and missile defense. Key facts about the initiative. The mission, it was created as a humanitarian gesture to assist neutral country vessels caught in the conflict zone. Current status. President Trump temporarily paused the operation to allow for peace deal negotiations with Iran. However, it seems like Operation Project Freedom may have now been unpaused. So it's not actually war, because there are legal implications with calling it a war. This is why President Trump is saying, and even when he was talking on Air Force One, he said that if the Islamic regime strikes, we will strike them back 20 times as harder, right? So he's like, every one time they hit us, we're going to hit them back 20 times, right? So this is how he's sort of getting around the rhetoric of war, right? Because the Democrats were trying to block what they called Operation Epic Fury, right? They called it a war, right? So this time, President Trump is using their own game against them. So it's not technically a war, it's retaliatory. And because what he's doing is retaliatory, the Democrats can't call it a war, right? So it's been, I mean, is it war? Yeah, of course, absolutely. But according to like the legal, yeah, exactly. So, Tony, you're right. Is it a conflict? Yes. But is it a war? Not legally, not officially. That's exactly it, right? So, yeah, I like Jeremy's comment. This is not war, it's pest control. Yeah. Or, we could also call it chemotherapy, right? This is yeah, and Tommy, you're absolutely right. The Islamic regime, when the Islamic regime occupied Iran back in 1979, they declared war on the United States, right? So if anything, we are in a forever war right now, a forever war that the Islamic regime started in 1979. President Trump is pretty much ending this forever war. And this is why anyone who says that, President Trump started this, no, he didn't. He didn't start this. He's finishing this. And shame on anyone who is, siding with the Islamic regime and defending the Islamic regime, when we all know that the Islamic regime started this. By the way, with the help of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, right? So this is why the Democrats support the Islamic regime, because if the Democrats spoke against the Islamic regime, then they basically have to admit that they made a mistake in 1979 by supporting a Muslim Nazi pedophile over the Shah of Iran, who was at the time one of America's strongest allies. So Jimmy Carter, the backstabbing peanut farmer, and the Democrats. And guys, again, I always say the Democrats because I distinguish between people and governments, right? So the Democrats. By the way, the Republicans are fantastic, right? The Republicans have always been pro-Iranians and anti-Islamic regimes. So we love the Republicans. But when it comes to the Democrats, I don't like them. I don't like them. I think they're anti-American. And I think one of the reasons that the Democrats today are against President Trump ending the Islamic regime, because then they're going to have to admit that they're responsible not just for the Islamic coup d'etat in 1979, but that the Democrats are also responsible for the murder of thousands of Americans at the hands of the Islamic regime, right? Because all these Americans that have been murdered by the Islamic regime and their proxy groups in the last 47 years, that happened because the Democrats helped them come to power, right? So this is why the Democrats are never going to support President Trump in his efforts to eradicate the Islamic regime, because if they supported him, they have to admit that they made a mistake, okay? They're going to have to admit that they made a mistake. So that's what I just wanted to point out on that, okay? Anyways, I just wanted to share that about because I know Vipers, you were speaking about the ceasefire, but again, it's like the technicality, it's a legality, and we are about to get to President Trump's NATO speech, because I've been seeing clips of it here and there, but I promise you guys we're going to watch it together. That's exactly what I want to do. Wiley Coyote says Trump will never allow the IRGC to control the strait. Not happening. I agree. Steak and Beans gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Royna Pora says, I tune in just because I love your hair. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, guys. I'm actually having a terrible hair day right now because it's been really humid outside and it's been like raining all day. So I don't know, but thank you. Very, very kind of you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Eli gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Laszlo, Goldie and Rose enrich me to 100%. Aw, thank you. Very kind of you. And then Minor Dine. Don't forget Iran Contra. Republicans are not pure. Yeah, I mean, the Iran Contra scandal, that's, I mean, it's at the end of the day, when I look at 1979, Richard Nixon was an ally and a friend of the Shah, and the Democrats stabbed the Shah in the back. And the Democrats have been way more pro-IRGC. I mean, the Iran-Contra thing, that's actually interesting. Like, I'm more than happy to kind of look into that and maybe do a deep dive on that. But, ultimately, at the end of the day, the Republicans have been better for, protecting America against the Durkas than the Democrats, right? But I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. But I'm referring to, Nixon, who was a good friend of the Shah. And Richard Nixon actually went to the Shah's funeral when he passed away from cancer back in 1980, right? So, yeah, I mean, I would take the Republicans any day. And, the Democrats, to me, they're anti-American. I don't know, they're anti-American. Anyways, okay, so let's go to President Trump's NATO statements now, because I've been really, really wanting to watch this. Wait, where is it? Oh, I have his comments from Turkey lined up, but I want the NATO one. Let me pull up the NATO one here. Where was it? Okay, one moment, guys. Actually, you know what? I should probably play this part first, because this is where he pretty much, like, blew up the media with his comments, right? So this was the first part, which is actually pretty important. Wait, where's the audio? There we go. Okay. Wait, no, it wasn't this one. Sorry, guys. Let me pull up the right one. So I don't even care about that one, really. It was this video. Yeah, this one. It was this one. Sorry, guys. This is the one I wanted to share. Okay.
Thank you very much. We've had some great meetings. We had dinner last night with President Erdogan, and I think it was really, I would rate it a 10, maybe a 12. Everything's beautiful. We've had some very good meetings, in particular with Turkey and trade, and now we're meeting with everybody today. As you know, we're going to have a very big meeting with lots of leaders from, I think, every country, right? Every country showed up. They're all there. Plus, we have a couple that aren't in there that would like to be in there. But it's been very successful. It's been a fantastic meeting. So I'll be having a news conference after we're finished it at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I assume most of you will attend. But a lot of things have been determined and some things haven't, frankly. We attacked very powerfully last night the very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships.
Oh my God, guys. So President Trump is like, we told them, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead they started launching rockets at ships. Yes, because they're crazy. That's exactly it. They're insane. I told you guys, they're literally crazy. This is so funny. Oh my gosh.
Funeral stuff.
Go and do your funeral stuff.
Determined, and some things haven't, frankly. We attacked very powerfully last night the very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday. And so we hit them very hard last night. Very hard. I would say 20-1, 20 times tougher. I told them every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum. You want to know that they're scum. And so we don't like.
You know what? This is music to my ears. Oh my gosh. This is music to my ears. And yes, President Trump, we all agree they are scum. And scum needs to be eradicated and wiped off the face of the earth, right?
Probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum. You want to know that they're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people. And it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy. They can't have a nuclear weapon. And they go around killing people. They've killed thousands and thousands of our soldiers. They've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They had the roadside bomb, Soleimani. I took care of him first term. And that was a big thing because I think he probably would be a lot stronger had he been around because he was a bad guy, but he was an evil genius, but a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs. You remember that disaster. So I don't like them at all. And frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine?
Yes, I agree 100%. You have wasted time with them because remember, guys, I've said this before. I'll say it again. The Islamic regime measures success through survival. So every day that they survive, they view that as victory. So even though the Islamic regime's military has been completely decimated, even though their beloved Muslim jihadi pedophile dictator leader Khamenei is dead, even though most of their top level commanders are dead, okay? Again, here's here's the boom boom bingo sheet. So there's so many people that have been boom boomed to hell where they belong. The Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything is gone, right? But the Islamic regime, they are still claiming victory because they measure victory through survival, okay? So as long as they are around, as long as the system is still in place, they view themselves as the victor because that means that they are around for one more day to export their jihad, their revolution. The revolution began in 1979. It didn't end. They call themselves revolutionaries because revolution is code for jihad. So their tactic and their strategy is to delay, is to waste time, right? They're basically trying to figure out how can they delay until, President Trump runs out his, basically ends his term. And then they're going to hope that like a Democrat administration comes in because the Democrats are more supportive of the Islamic regime. Remember, as President Trump says, Barack Hussein Obama sent planes full of cash to the Islamic regime, right? So yeah, they are insane and they're wasting your time because that's their strategy. That's their survival strategy.
Like him at all. Even the SS Cole was theirs. You remember that disaster. So I don't like him at all. And frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at ships yesterday. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others. And I don't think they know what the hell they're doing, but they're bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way.
They are.
Because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago, like how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years, and we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw a thing this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long because that's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. Their cancer. You know what you do? You got to.
Guys, I have literally been saying from day one, the Islamic regime is a cancer. Guys, I have used that analogy so many times. I have been saying for the last 6 months, the Islamic regime is a cancer, and the only way to treat cancer is to get rid of every single cancer cell. And when I was explaining, remember at the beginning when I was explaining the strikes, because this is back like early January, guys. So remember early January when all of this was going on, and a lot of you were new and you were tuning in because you wanted to understand the Iranian perspective, because many of you didn't really quite understand why Iranians support the United States and Israel to come and boom boom the IRGC, because a lot of the nuances weren't there. And so one of the ways that I was explaining this to all of you is that imagine Iran basically has stage 4 cancer, okay? Iran has stage 4 cancer. That's the Islamic regime. And, stage 4 cancer is really, really in there. So in order to get rid of the cancer, not only do you have to do chemotherapy, but you also have to do, surgical procedures, right? You have to do operations. You have to cut into the body to take out the tumor, right? So by virtue of, cutting into the body, to take out the tumor, of course, you're injuring the body, right? Because you have to cut open the body to take out the tumor. But that is a necessary step in order to remove the cancer to cure the body, right? And that's how I was explaining this. So that's why I was like, yes, Iranians, when they see the boom booms, it makes them happy because that's like the equivalent of, someone coming to root out the cancer that has infested Iran, right? And now President Trump is literally calling them cancer. My gosh, do you think he watches me? Do you think he watches my live streams? If anyone from the President Trump administration is watching this, hi guys, love you all. God bless America. And yeah, don't negotiate with them. Just destroy the Islamic regime.
People, and we have to rid their cancer. Their cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. Man, that's the way I feel. And I want to thank Mark. He's been a great Secretary General of NATO. I'm not happy with NATO because of what they did with Greenland. And I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the number one.
I feel so vindicated right now. Oh my gosh. You got to cut it out. You got to root it out. They are cancer. Oh my gosh, guys. If anyone from the Trump administration is watching, how do I get my Trump hat signed? I would like President Trump to sign my Trump MAGA hat. How can we get it done? I will literally fly to Washington, D.C. if I have the opportunity to meet President Trump and have my Trump hat signed. I would love to do that if I could. Anyways, let's continue.
State sponsor of terror, that's Iran. They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different, but we didn't need help. But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not they'd be there. And the answer is, I spoke to Germany, I spoke to France, spoke to UK, spoke to Italy, I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it out. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO.
Yeah.
They don't participate, they don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly. And this man's a good man, too. Great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything. And you shouldn't carry him. I mean,
by the way, Spain also supports the Islamic regime, which is really weird. But yeah, there you go. Like, Spain has a weird communist government now.
Sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figured they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right? So make it immediately. You don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people because, they have everybody else going and paying and working in Spain. In particular, Spain. There are a couple of others, but in particular, Spain. They're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them. So other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm going to relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us. And the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us. And we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, trillion, in order to protect these countries from Russia. And has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands that. He understands that. And we're going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything. But there was calls made a few weeks ago, I spoke with the UK, and the Prime Minister said, well, we don't want to help you now, but we'll help you when the war's over. I said, that's not good. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. Spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody wanted to help. Some of the very small countries wanted to help because they're the most vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to be going back together, many of us together. And again, I want to say, despite the fact that I'm very upset with NATO, that we pay far, far too much, billions and billions of dollars too much, because it's unfair, because we're protecting them. So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. Doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader.
Kind of awkward, right? Kind of awkward if that he's saying that right in front of NATO, right?
They're lucky to have him. It's their biggest asset. You want to know the truth? So, Mark, would you say a few words?
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald. Let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night at the Presidential Palace. I think what you did, degrading the nuclear capability, crucial for Israel.
Yeah, guys, this is in Turkey. This is Ankara. Ankara is in Turkey. And yeah, I don't know why Turkey. I mean, I guess I kind of do. Back when Turkey joined NATO, they hadn't been taken over by the Muslim Brotherhood yet. But Turkey's been taken over by the Muslim Brotherhood. Erdogan is actually part of the Muslim Brotherhood. So Turkey is jihad's way of getting into NATO and infiltrating the West. So yeah, like, you know, the fact that Turkey right now is part of NATO, like that's alarm bells, because that gives the Muslim Brotherhood direct intel into what's happening at NATO at high-level meetings, because Turkey is a member.
Region for Europe, degrading the ballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for Israel, for the region, for you, for the whole world. And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end. They attacking ships yesterday. I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response. And I'm with you on this. It's really important. When it comes to NATO, what you have achieved, and this is a huge win, and I just want to say this again, the last 2 years, Canada and European NATO nations spending $215 billion more in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 compared to 2024. This is staggering, 258 billion. In the meantime, almost 200,000 jobs in the US being supported by all the investments by countries in the United States in the defense industrial base, buying from the defense industrial base from the US companies. So here you see you have been able to really get them to step up, to do this. And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power protection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury. And they were
the United Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right. There are isolated
and
cases.
Italy was very bad having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So
but still, generally, 5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year. So there's still issues we have to solve. But hey, also even on Spain, I would say they got to the 2%. And I know you have a very strong relationship with the United Kingdom, the King, but also you personally always with Keir Starmer, who is now leaving office. He has now also committed to spend another $20 billion extra, 15 billion pounds on defense. So I would argue without you in this chair, this would not have happened. It is, of course, because of Russia, but also because of you. So grab to win, it's there. You did this. It was The Hague, and now they're implementing. And on Greenland, you and I made a deal in Davos. I will make sure that deal is step by step being implemented. That you can deploy, if you want, the Golden Dome on Greenland. You have your trilateral talks. Mark was leading them from your side with the Greenlanders and the Danes. And it comes to if they would change their constitutional position in the kingdom and so on. But hey,
I mean, just so they understand, Greenland is very important for the United States, but it's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was overrun by the Nazis in less than 1 day, Hitler beat them out in 1 day, took over, and they asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection of the world, not just the United States. And it's very important. It doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were defeated very quickly.
So guys, I was listening to this part while I was, going to, grab a bubbly. Lime flavored tonight, by the way, lime flavored bubbly tonight. So this back and forth, I mean, this has nothing to do with Iran, but this back and forth that you're seeing right now, this is basically like political, how do I put it? Like, so because I was a politician and I've sort of, been in this situation, I can feel the tension. So it's obvious that like they were having some heated conversations behind the scenes, and now like this back and forth, it's like I can feel the tension. The tension is just oozing, right? So this is obviously like a big, heated debate here. So I just want to point that out. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Denmark was beaten in 1 day, less than 1 day, by the Nazis, by Hitler. And when this happened, they immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either. So what do I know? I certainly wouldn't have done that.
That's a reference to Jimmy Carter. Remember, Jimmy Carter made some of the worst foreign policy decisions, right? Not only did he, turn Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law, and basically is like responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans, right? But of course he gave away the Panama Canal, and President Trump's calling that out as well.
Because China's trying to take over the Panama Canal, and that's not going to happen. So, but I just, it's interesting. I'm very unhappy with NATO, and yet this man is a great leader, and he gets it. He gets it maybe better than some of the leaders.
But also your allies get it, thanks to you, and that's important. Yeah. I could not do this without you.
It's too bad Biden didn't do it, or Obama.
Hey, but you are here now.
Obama.
And Trump for.
So guys, what President Trump is doing, like this is very typical in politics, right? So he's calling out the organization, but he's not calling out the person, right? He's like, yeah, like I'm pissed off with NATO. NATO betrayed us, blah, blah, blah. He's like, but I like this guy. This guy's going to fix it, right? So this is, how, when I say you can catch more flies with honey than vinegar, that's exactly that, right? So President Trump is calling out NATO, but he's also, making this guy feel better about himself so that he doesn't feel personally attacked. So that's sort of, that's how it works in diplomacy and like the game of politics. And President Trump is really good at that. That's why President Trump is, all these like random people, he's like, oh yeah, I have a lot of respect for him or whatever, right? Because that's basically how you politic, right? Like that's basically how it works.
45 and 47 in total, more than $1.2 trillion. I call this the Trump trillion.
No, it's true,
$1.2 trillion extra spent by Canada and the.
And I'm not only blaming NATO. Yeah. They got a free ride, and
not
if
anymore.
Biden had any brain, which he didn't, he would have said, "You got to pay more." And same with Obama. Two bad presidents, but they could have asked, and you would have done that too. It would have been. I mean, who knows? Who knows if they would have done it?
And it is huge.
It should have happened years ago, and it couldn't. But Obama didn't do it. And Biden didn't do it. Frankly, Bush didn't do it either.
But you did what Eisenhower started trying to do, equalizing
He tried, yeah. Eisenhower tried.
And all the other presidents, none of them were successful. You're the first one. It's your win. Your win in the Hague.
That's why I like him.
And the win.
That's why I like him.
This is true. Without you, this would not have happened.
Really, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, on Iran, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me,
That's a very interesting question. That is essentially political speak for how do I respond to this in a politically correct way and not give away my position or what I plan on doing next, okay? So, yeah, whenever a politician responds with, that's a very interesting question. I love that President Trump started with that. Let's see how he responds.
Mr. President, on Iran, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
So are we back at war?
So this is what I was talking about earlier. When President Trump says that it's over, that doesn't mean that war is necessarily back on. And even throughout this entire ceasefire, there have been a lot of boom booms. But the boom booms, right? CENTCOM has always said that these boom booms are retaliatory in response to acts of aggression by the Islamic regime. Okay? So there's a very big difference between the MOU or the ceasefire or diplomatic talks being over, but war resuming, because war has certain legal implications with it. Okay? So now, let's see how President Trump responds. So is war back on?
To the press, they say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo.
Yeah, they are.
As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
So are we back at war?
Talks won't resume after we get through the funeral proceedings.
What?
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and they say this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. Yep. They're sick people. Yep. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders.
And they love him.
I think.
You know, President Trump, we don't like them either. We've never liked them. We've never, ever liked the Islamic regime. So we are with you. 85 million Iranians are behind you on that. We don't like them either. They're scum. They're bad people. They're insane.
They didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But they're sane, rational, good people. Most of them. I don't like a couple of them, to be honest with you. But there are a couple I don't like much. But I like Erdogan. I tell you, I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into a lot of people saying, like with Bibi. I like Bibi. I think Bibi was a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, He could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much, and he doesn't like Bibi much, and he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power, millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong. They have a lot of our best equipment. They're trying to get the F-35s.
Don't give it to
He
them.
didn't go in. He wanted it. He would go in. If it weren't for me, he would have gone in. And he would have been on the other side. Even though I don't think he likes the other side either, because he happens to be very sane and they happen to be very crazy. But so I think, they treated us right. I think China treated us right. I was with President Xi and I said, I hope you're not going to go into the war because we don't want that. He gets 50% of his oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and he gets more than 50%. And he never went into the war. He didn't supply him equipment. He was great. Big fan of President Xi. A lot of people say, oh, why? I watched a couple of people critical of the fact that TikTok is so bad. It's so dangerous. It's so horrible. They're spreading all these rumors. And the numbers came out yesterday. You know who's number one on TikTok? I am. I'm number one on TikTok. And all I talk about is how bad communism is, right? They say, oh, it's terrible. They're spreading, but I'm number one. That's it. I listen to Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always like negative. Oh, China's so terrible. They're so terrible. And TikTok is so terrible. But I'm number one on TikTok. I had like 4 billion views or something like that. So I don't know. People have to get the priorities straight. We have had a really good day. We're going to have another good half a day. And then I'll see you later and we'll talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So isn't that interesting? So the reporter asked President Trump, is the MOU over? Is the ceasefire over? And he said, that's very interesting. I think it's over. But, the negotiators want to talk. I'll let them talk. But for me, it's over. And this has been President Trump's strategy the entire time. So even when, so-called talks were taking place or were scheduled to take place, the boom booms have been going on. Remember, on February 27, President Trump said, I'm not happy with how the talks are going, but we're going to continue the talks. Let's see what happens. 12 hours later, Khamenei was dead. Okay? So you can never gauge what President Trump is going to do based on whether or not the talks continue. Because I hope it's been demonstrated to you now, right? Since the end of February. Just because talks are ongoing, that doesn't actually mean anything. It was the same thing last year. Remember last year when someone asked, like that last year when the IDF was exterminating the IRGC, and someone asked President Trump, are you going to get involved? Are you going to send the B-2s to boom the nuclear sites? And President Trump said, we're going to make a decision within 2 weeks. He said, I'm thinking about it. We're going to make a decision within 2 weeks. 24 hours later, the B-2s went in and destroyed the IRGC's underground nuclear bases. So whenever President Trump says, yeah, we can talk, we can continue to talk, that doesn't actually mean anything. Just because talks are ongoing, that doesn't actually prevent President Trump from engaging in military operations. And, the pattern's always been there. Like, he's actually been very consistent with this. So it always, it boggles my mind that there are some people who are like, oh no, President Trump is talking. That means he's going to make a deal with the regime. Really? Because President Trump said he's talking with the Islamic regime, and then 12 hours later, Khamenei was dead and sent to hell, along with 40 of his top IRGC commanders. So, it doesn't mean anything. It literally doesn't mean anything. So there you go. And he was very clear. He was like, they're scum, they're insane. He also, and this is what I'm really grateful for, he also spoke about the fact that the Iranian people can't rise up right now because the Islamic regime is insane and they murder the Iranian people, right? So all of this rhetoric and narrative about, oh, you know, the Iranian people lost their chance and blah, blah, blah. And I've been constantly saying it on the media, on the news, right? Like I was literally mocked by Piers Morgan and his like, I don't know, Pakistani friend or whatever who came on and they were mocking me. They were like, oh, the Iranian people haven't risen up. Has Trump failed? And I'm like, how can they rise up? The Islamic regime still has the means to murder the unarmed Iranian people. So what do you expect to do? Do you just expect Iranians to just rise up when they're unarmed so they can be slaughtered again? Like, we're not stupid. We're not stupid. We're rational, reasonable people. And we will rise up when the time is right. And we're waiting for the call of His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. So I'm actually really glad that President Trump pointed this out once again, right? Because he knows that the time is not right for the Iranian people to rise up. Like it's not, the time isn't right now. Right? And he says the Iranian people are not armed. And the Islamic regime is using machine guns against the Iranian people. So what are the Iranian people supposed to do? Right? If you're unarmed, how do you fight back? The fact that President Trump, I mean, I already knew that he knows all of this, right? Like I already knew that he knows all of this. But the fact that he is now laying it out and, you know, making it very clear for those people who, you know, don't understand the nuances of geopolitics, this basically just reaffirms everything that I've been saying. Because when we go back to what President Trump said on February 28th, okay? I want to play this again. I'm just going to play the last part, okay? I'm going to play the last part. This historic speech by President Trump, okay? So remember, this is February 28th, and I literally broke this at like, I don't know, it was like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or something, right? Yeah, and minor dying, not just machine guns like the dushkas, yeah, like the those like insane ones. Yeah, I know. They literally use anti-aircraft machinery against innocent unarmed people. So like one bullet is like this big, and the one bullet can like tear into and murder like 20 people, right? So it's horrific. It's horrific. Anyways.
A short time ago.
And I want to replay this because given what we're hearing now, this message from February 28th, it's even more important. And this just goes to show that President Trump's message and President Trump's strategy has never changed, because the deal that he wanted the Islamic regime to sign was a surrender deal. And the Islamic regime knew that. That's why the Islamic regime has been trying to delay. But meanwhile, President Trump has forced them into a checkmate, and now they're being boom-boomed. Anyways, let's watch this.
The United States military began major combat operations.
Sorry, let me go back to the beginning.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say to...
So keep in mind, he doesn't say like the Iranian people, right? Like this part, he's referring specifically, and I'm so grateful, right? He doesn't say to Iran. He says to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, right? The IRGC. So he's speaking to the IRGC, the Atish, and the police, right? Those who are responsible for the mass slaughter of the Iranian people. So this is really important, guys. This is why whenever, he says Iran, we're like, no, he means the IRGC. Because in his speech on February 28th, he specifically calls out the IRGC.
The men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members, all of the Islamic, we have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say to...
Okay, so this part is really important. On February 28th, the President of the United States had a message for the people of Iran. This is very important. And given everything that's happened since February 28th, I want you to pay attention because we're going to talk about this message. Given what President Trump said yesterday about how Iranians are unarmed, and there's a reason that they haven't risen up yet. Okay?
Treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Texas, you got it. Exactly. President Trump said, when we are finished. Let's go back and listen to that again. The part, like his message to the Iranian people. Yes, this is his speech from February 28th. So what I'm trying to share with you guys is that his message has never changed. The strategy, the plan has never changed. Now, of course, for us Iranians, do we want the Islamic regime to be eradicated sooner? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Like, we wanted them to be eradicated years ago, because every day that the Islamic regime remains alive, they're murdering innocent Iranians, right? So they're literally executing Iranians every day. So, we have, like, as Iranians, we want the Islamic regime to be eradicated sooner because we have a vested interest in making sure that they stop murdering Iranians. Okay, so that is that's the emotional side of things. But of course, when I'm giving my geopolitical analysis, I leave my emotions aside and I look at this objectively, right? I look at this neutrally because that's, how you do geopolitical analysis. So, yeah, like the one thing that I've noticed is in Texas, you got it. President Trump said, when we are finished. It doesn't really look like the United States is finished yet, right? Like, it doesn't exactly look like the United States is finished when even tonight they're literally booming the IRGC and their military bases and eradicating them off the face of the earth, right? Oh my gosh, we have a birthday! Happy birthday! Just chillin'. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. We have to take a quick commercial break. For Just Chillin's birthday, and we have to play the birthday song. Sorry, guys. We will I will go back. I will go back to this analysis, but Just Chillin has been an amazing mod on this channel. So we have to do this in honor of Just Chillin. Happy birthday, happiest of birthdays. Let me pull up the birthday song for you. And everyone wish Just Chillin. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Thank you so much, Mel, for letting me know. I totally missed that. Okay, guys, we're gonna play the Iranian happy birthday song in honor of Just Chillin's birthday. Okay, I gotta wait. Let me change this here. How do I do this? Does this layout work better? No, that's even worse. Okay, we'll just go back to the original layout. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the super chat here. And everyone in the chat wish please wish Just Chillin a very happy birthday. Very, very happy birthday. Very happy birthday to you, Just Chillin. Thank you for everything you do on this channel. Wishing you all the best on your birthday. And I hope you enjoyed the Iranian happy birthday song. That's our happy birthday song. And yeah, you guys could follow along with the subtitles, right? So yeah, this is what Iranian songs are like, very, very different from Durka, right? Very, very different from Durka. So literally our birthday songs say things like, have a happy heart and smiley lips, be full of laughter like a flower. Also, I just want to also mention something. Look at this, guys. Just in case you didn't know, ancient Persians are credited with inventing the birthday party. So guys, the reason all of you celebrate birthday parties is because my ancestors literally invented the concept of birthday parties. So, in the 5th century BC, the Greek historian Herodotus recorded that Persians viewed birthdays as the most important day of the year. They celebrated with grand feast, lots of wine, and big desserts. So, yes, prior to the Islamic takeover of Persia in the 650s, thousands of years ago, we literally held giant festivals for people's birthdays where we ate, we drank wine, and we had big desserts. So, the whole concept of like the birthday cake that comes from these ancient Persian birthday festivals where there was a whole bunch of dessert and stuff, right? And this is the thing. The Achaemenid, so that's the Hachameneshi. So the Achaemenid Persian kings, that's basically Cyrus the Great and, all the basically the founders of the Persian Empire. So they threw massive empire-wide celebrations on their birthdays. They even roasted whole oxen, horses, camels, or donkeys. Blech, I don't agree with that. Sorry, guys. I'm not into the horse, camels, or donkeys, but that's too much for me. That's where I would go to my ancestors and be like, please don't eat horses. Don't eat horses. That's not a thing anymore. Ah, man. Those crazy ancient people, right? Those crazy ancient people. You know what? Not every civilization is perfect. Although, you know what? I have tried horse and I've tried camel. It was when I was a politician, and in the riding that in the district that I represented, there was basically like every year there was like a potluck where all of the local like hunters, right? So we're talking about like all like the countryside hunters. So guys, so the district that I represented back when I was a politician, it was very sort of like in terms of culture and everything, very similar to like Texas, let's say. Kind of rural, southern country vibe, right? Like everyone had their cowboy boots, cowboy hats. I actually used to drive a pickup truck. I bought a pickup truck, so that was, I used to drive a Dodge Ram, right? So it was like full on country. And so every year, all these hunters, they would have this huge potluck where they would make meals with the game that they had hunted throughout the year. So, and then, they would invite me every year, and then everyone was like, oh my gosh, the local elected official is here. She has to try our food. So, yeah, I basically, I tried, I had to try little bits of everything. So, I tried, deer, alligator, camel, horse, rabbit, like all these like games, right? Yeah, this was in Ontario. This was in Ontario. It was in Carleton. Actually, I might be able to look it up. Let's see. Wonder if I can find it. Oh man. Oh, I think it was here we go. Yeah, oh my gosh, I found it. So right? I mean, fantastic group of people. Yeah, I tried bison too. Fantastic group of people, but it's just like, I mean, I tried it, not my thing. So I have tried it. not my thing. But anyways, so going back to the Persian thing, going back to the Persian birthday thing. So it was so when the Persian kings threw birthday parties, the feasts weren't for just their guests. The way that Iranian kings, the Shahs, right, the Iranian Shahs, the way that they celebrated their birthdays is they basically it was basically a public holiday, and they actually celebrated by giving, organizing huge feasts for the citizens, right? So not only was it a public holiday, but they would feed the citizens and then they would give gifts to their citizens. So, for the Iranians, when it was their birthday, and especially, well, for the Shahs anyway, when, instead of receiving gifts for their birthdays, they gave gifts to the community, right? But yeah, the whole concept of birthday parties was invented by my people, my ancestors. So there you go, guys. I hope you're enjoying all your birthdays. Anyways, just chilling. Very, very happy birthday once again to you. Wishing you all of the best. That was actually a very nice interlude to kind of help lighten the mood a little bit. But okay, so going back here, right? President Trump, when he was speaking to the Iranian people on February 28th, he said, and this is the key word, that, oh yeah, and now you know. There you go. Look at this. All right, fine. All right, Newton, I'll do it. So, did you know that the Iranian people, the ancient Iranians, invented the birthday party? So, if you're celebrating your birthday every year, you can thank an Iranian for that. I'm Goldie Ghamari, and now you know. There you go. Okay, but going back to President Trump. So this is the key part. This is the key part that a lot of people forget and ignore. Okay, President Trump said, "When we are finished, the conditions will be created for you to rise up and overthrow the regime." And everyone has been saying, oh, well, President Trump ended it and the Iranians haven't risen up, so this is a failure, right?
Or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
So that was President Trump on February 28th. Okay. Now let's go back and revisit what President Trump said yesterday.
They asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland. He's a great leader. And I'm not only...
Is the MOU dead?
This would not have happened.
Okay,
Really,
do you have any questions?
So now that was February 28th. Compare what he said on February 28th to today. Because remember, President Trump said, when we are finished. And the last time I checked, I didn't hear a bell.
Mr. President, on Iran, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Woodcock, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
So are we back at war?
Talks won't resume after we get through the funeral proceedings.
What?
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do it my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and they say this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing.
President Trump said, when we are finished, you will have the opportunity to rise up and take over your country. President Trump here is pretty much saying that they're not finished yet, right? So he by defending why the Iranian people haven't risen up yet, he's saying they can't rise up yet because they're unarmed, and the Islamic regime uses machine guns to mass murder them. And he's now raised the number. Now, we Iranians, we know that the number is much higher than 54,000. We just don't know what the confirmed numbers are. So that's why we were always going with 40,000, because we knew that it was minimum 40,000. That's what had been confirmed. The fact that President Trump has now gone from, 30,000 to 54,000, that's actually new info for me, because I hadn't heard that before until President Trump said that, which means President Trump has a lot of very good intel about what's happening on the ground inside of occupied Iran. And again, guys, I'm telling you, the 54,000, that's a minimum. That's a minimum. But think about that for a moment. 54,000 people murdered in 2 days by the Islamic regime. Not only is that the worst massacre by the Islamic regime in the history of, the last 47 years, I can't think of any other mass slaughter that took place in 2 days alone that is this high, right? I'm not speaking about war. I'm speaking about like a genocide, right? Like, because what happened was a genocide. The Islamic regime was genociding Iranians in the span of 2 days. Now, I know that there's been, a number of conflicts where, there's been a very high death toll. But what I'm talking about is 2 days, guys, in 2 days, 54,000 people genocided in 2 days. I'm talking about the length of time, right? The length of time here. I'm not talking about extended, protracted genocides. and guys, this isn't to say that one is worse than the other. Every single genocide is bad, right? Like every single um slaughter of human beings is horrible, and I denounce all of them. I'm not saying that one is worse than the other. I'm just trying to point out how crazy the Islamic regime is, that they literally have the capacity to mass murder 54,000 people in 2 days, okay? They mass murdered over 54,000, but at minimum 54,000. And it wasn't even in 2 days, it was in 10 hours. It was 5 hours the first night and 5 hours the second night. So it's over 54,000 people in the time period of 10 hours. That's how vicious and insane these people are, right? And this is why President Trump is saying they can't rise up, right? He's basically saying they can't rise up.
After we get through the funeral proceedings.
What?
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and they say this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders.
And they love him.
I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But they're sane, rational, good people. Most of them. I don't like a couple of them, to be honest with you. But there are a couple I don't like much. But I like Erdogan. I tell you, I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into a lot of people saying, like with Bibi, I like Bibi. I think Bibi is a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, he could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much. And he doesn't like Bibi much. And he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power. Millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong. They have a lot of our best equipment. They're trying to get the F-35s. But he didn't go in. He wanted it. He would go in. If it weren't for me, he would have gone in. And he would have been on the other side. Even though I don't think he likes the other side either, because he happens to be very sane and they happen to be very crazy. But so I think, you know, they treated us right. I think China treated us right. I was with President Xi, and I said, I hope you're not going to go into the war, because we don't want that. You know, he gets 50% of his oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and he gets more than 50%. And he never went into the war. He didn't supply him equipment. You know, he was great. Big fan of President Xi. A lot of people say, oh, why? You know, I watched a couple of people critical of the fact that TikTok is so bad. It's so dangerous. It's so horrible.
I think that was it. I think he's done his part about Iran. So, you know, when in the history books, so this is I guess the word is interesting, maybe, I don't know. But in the, you know, in the history books about the Arab Muslim invasion of Persia, when the Arabs were conquering Persia and, you know, taking over with Islam and forcing everyone to convert, and those who didn't convert were murdered, and, you know, anyone who resisted was murdered. In the history books, the Arab Muslim colonizers were bragging about how they made the rivers of Iran run red with the blood of the Iranian people. That's how many Iranians were slaughtered during the Arab Muslim invasion of Persia 1400 years ago. They brag about the rivers running red with blood. And I've never seen any sort of flowing water run red with the blood of murdered people. And I always thought, maybe they're exaggerating. I mean, this has to be an exaggeration, right? Like there's no way that much blood could ever be spilled to make water turn red with the blood of people. And then I saw footage from the January 8th massacre. When they write about the Arab Muslim conquest of Persia and they say that the rivers were running red with the blood of murdered Iranian people, that was not an exaggeration. That was a warning. That was a warning. Because this is footage from the aftermath of the January 8 and 9 massacre of the Iranian people. So many Iranians were murdered by the Islamic regime in such a short span of time on the streets of Iran that the creeks of Iran was red with the blood of Iranian people. Imagine how many innocent Iranians would have to be murdered in the span of 5 hours for there to be so much blood spilled that the creeks and the open sewers, it's not sewers. A lot of countries have that. A lot of European countries have that. Middle Eastern countries have it. Japanese countries have it. It's like a little open area where like kind of water flows through into like the sewers, right? Imagine how much Iranian blood must have been shed. How many Iranians have been murdered in the span of 5 hours alone for the water to be red? The gutters that drain into the sewers are literally red. So when we talk about the Arab Muslim Persian, the Arab Muslim invasion of Persia 1400 years ago, and when the Arabs are bragging about how they made the rivers of Persia run red with the blood of the Iranian people, the infidels, the kafars, the non-believers, the non-Muslims, it's not an exaggeration. Because 6 months ago, that's exactly what they did again. 6 months ago, the Arab Muslim invaders made the waters of Iran run red with the blood of the Iranian people. Yeah. There you go. So this is why we Iranian people, we are grateful and thankful for President Trump for doing what he's doing. We are grateful to the United States and to Israel, by the way. Thank you. I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Because this is what the Islamic regime has been doing to us. Not only for the last 47 years. This is what they've been doing to us for the last 1400 years. This is what jihad looks like. This is what an Arab Muslim invasion looks like. They celebrate this. They literally brag and celebrate about murdering Iranians and making the rivers of Iran run red with the blood of the Iranian people. So do you now understand why we call this a foreign occupying invasion? This is why they're not Iranian. They're literally anti-Iranian. There is nothing Iranian about them. There's absolutely nothing Iranian about them. And so before I end off tonight's live stream, of course, I have to go, and I want to go to today's message from His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran. And I know I played this earlier on Iran Revolution Live, but I think this is a very important message. And this is a message to you. Okay? He's speaking in English. His messages to the Iranian people are always in Persian, right? Because we speak Persian. Whenever he's speaking in English, that's because he's addressing the international community. So I want all of you to pay attention to this and really listen to what he has to say, especially given what I've shown you. So I'm going to share this with you, and then we'll end the live stream. Oh, there's a number of super chats. You know what? Actually, let me go to your super chats first, and then afterwards we'll finish off with His Royal Highness. So Viper says, Congress also voted on the war that isn't a war, and the majority sided with the war that's not a war. Yeah, exactly, right? So this is why, President Trump is not calling it a war, and he's just saying, oh, it's a conflict or it's retaliatory. Exactly. It's to deal with the political legalities there. Roina Pora asks, serious question. How scared are the Iranians from rising up? Will it take total defeat of the IRGC to get them to come out? So, it's not that Iranians are scared. Obviously, we're rational people. So we know that the conditions right now are not right, because Iranians rose up on January 8 and 9, and they were mass slaughtered. So we know that if, people were going to go out again right now, well, the Islamic regime is going to murder them just like they did. And, just like President Trump is saying. So it's not a matter of being scared. It's more a matter of when the conditions are ripe, the Islamic regime is weak enough, then the Iranian people will rise up. We're all waiting for the call of His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. Now, having said that, earlier in the live stream, I started an hour early because I was giving breaking news about targeted assassinations of IRGC officials at Khamenei's funeral. So there are activities that are happening, right? The Immortal Guard, they are working behind the scenes, and they are targeting and eliminating various, Basij people and IRGC people, but the conditions are not ripe yet. And the only person who can make the determination as to when the conditions are ripe for the Iranian people to rise up is His Royal Highness. And so we're waiting for his call. The America says Trump is a fan of Giga. Oh my gosh, you think so? Do you think so? Wouldn't that be kind of cool? I'm sure he will sign it. Yeah, I would love that. I would love for my Trump hat to be signed by President Trump. That would be super cool if that could happen. So I'm literally willing to fly to Washington to make that happen if it's possible. Steak and beans. Islamic regime is cancer. What's Turkey? So that was in Ankara. Ankara is in Turkey, and Turkey is a part of NATO. But Turkey joined NATO before the Islamist takeover. So it's a little crazy. Lalom Boski says, thoughts on globalism, immigration, and the EU. So, I mean, my parents immigrated to Canada, I was a year old, to get away from the Islamic regime and to live a normal life. So, I think immigration is amazing when it's done legally and when it's done for the right reasons. Okay. So, I believe that anyone who immigrates to a different culture, different country, you have a duty and a responsibility to learn about the country's culture, learn the language, adopt the culture, adopt the values, and respect the way that country operates, right? I mean, for example, like just look at all these like mass migrants from, I don't know, like some third world jihadi hellhole, right? Somalia. There you go. Look at what's happening with Somalia and the United States, right? All these people have mass migrated and they haven't assimilated. They're taking advantage of the welfare system. They've apparently stolen like what $8 billion of like American taxpayer money. And they're sending a lot of it back to like their terrorist groups in Somalia. And they're just, and they don't get, like, they don't even respect the United States. It's all Somalia, right? That's not immigration, that's invasion. So, immigration, I think, should be limited, and I think immigration should, like, for the right people, right? For the right people, okay? If someone is immigrating to a country from like a third world country, they should be coming because they want to improve their lives, right? And so, like, there's a reason that people from the third world immigrate to the first world, okay? Why is it that, like, there's no mass migration from America to Somalia, right? Because it's literally a failed state. But at the same time, I can't think of any example where there has been like mass migration or illegal immigrants from a third world country to a place and then that place has improved, right? Like every single time there has been like invasion of like illegal immigrants or like mass migration from a third world country, the new country has never improved, right? Like the people who are mass migrating, they don't elevate to the level of the first world country. When there's a whole bunch of them, that first world country basically degrades to like the level of the third world country. So it's like they're literally importing the culture that contributed to turning their original country into a third world hellhole. Right? So it's like, so if that's the culture you like, okay, fine, stay in your own country and, engage in whatever culture you want. Like, why are you coming to like a first world country and then being like, oh, multiculturalism and diversity, my rights? Yeah, like, no. Okay. And, like, Iranians are a very good example of proper immigration. 10% of the Iranian population lives outside of occupied Iran, right? So out of a population of 90 million, at least 9 million, it's somewhere between 9 million to 12 million Iranians live outside of occupied Iran because we escaped the Islamic regime. Now, the vast majority of us, we're proud Iranians, right? Like I speak Persian, I read Persian, I write Persian. Obviously, like I'm constantly speaking about Iran. I'm raising awareness about Iran, but not at the expense of insulting Canada, right? Like my father, he is a proud Canadian, and he waves. He actually has the flag of Canada, the Canadian flag, raised outside of his house. Okay, not the flag of Iran, the flag of Canada, the Canadian flag, because we're in Canada, and ultimately, we are proud Canadians. So there is a way to promote your cultural identity, but still assimilate and adopt Canadian values, right? Or the values of whatever country you're in. And, Iranians are the perfect example of that. And this also, think about this. How come you've never heard of Iranian refugees? So, for example, with the Syrian war or whatever, there was always a talk about the Syrian refugees, we need to mass import Syrian refugees, right? Or when it comes to the Palestinians and the Gazans, they're being oppressed, let's import tens of thousands of them into our countries, right? How come no one's ever talked about mass importing Iranian refugees, right? How come no one's ever spoken about that? It's also because we don't have that third world mentality, right? Iran was a modernizing secular society, and then when the Durka jihadis took over, Iranians were like, oh hell no, we're gonna try to get out of here, and those who could escaped. So I just want to point that out. So I'm not a fan of globalism. I think nationalism is way more important, right? I don't believe in the concept of open borders. No, absolutely not. I think every country, every society, every culture has the right to maintain their cultural identity and integrity. For example, when I go to England, I don't want to see Pakistani people. When I go to England, I want to see British people. I want to experience, British culture. When I go to Japan, I want to experience Japanese culture. When I go to France, I want to experience French culture. When I go to Morocco, I want to experience Moroccan culture. When I go to Israel, I want to experience Israeli culture, right? I don't want to go to I don't know, the UK and just, see Pakistanis everywhere. What is that? Right? If I want that, I'll go to Pakistan, which I would never go to. But anyway, you know what I mean though, right? But this is how they ruined Iran. Remember, when the Muslim jihadis took over Iran in 1979, their Muslim pedophile founder, Khomeini, Khabar Margesh, Khomeini said that nationalism is the enemy of Islam. And nationalism is anti-Islam. So this is why all these Durkas, when they immigrate to your countries, they're like, oh no, we don't accept your laws. We only accept Sharia law, right? Because they literally believe that your national identity is anti-Islam and it's their responsibility to take over. And what's happening right now is civilizational jihad. And I've spoken about that previously as well. So yeah, I think immigration should be limited. I think immigration is a privilege, not a right. And I think I think every country should focus on preserving its culture. I don't know. Because if you don't, then God forbid you could be the next, occupied Iran, because that's exactly what the Durkas did. So yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of free trade. I think, free trade is important, but this whole concept of globalism and how we're we're one global community, all cultures are equal. No, all cultures are not equal. No, all cultures are not equal. A culture that engages in female genital mutilation, that's not a culture that's equal. A culture or an ideology like the Islamic regime that rapes women before executing them to make sure that they don't go to heaven because that's what their religion teaches them. I don't think that culture or ideology is equal. So this whole concept of all cultures are equal, I think is utter nonsense. Because if all cultures were equal, then those cultures and ideologies from third world countries well, they wouldn't be as terrible as they are. That's, so that's my thoughts on that. And, the EU is being invaded. I mean, President Trump's talked about that quite a bit. President Trump has spoken about how, some of the immigration policies in the EU and specifically Britain is contributing to a lot of, mass migration of people that are not necessarily contributing positively to the country. And then when you speak out about it, like Tommy Robinson has, then you're pretty much demonized and villainized, right? So there you go. All right. So yeah, that's my thoughts on globalism and immigration. Oh, Dominic Spencer says, your show with Josim today was epic. Great info. Thanks. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. You know what? Josim is fantastic. I will convince him that he needs to be a regular guest. I promise that I'm going to convince him that he should be like a regular daily guest. So for those of you who don't know, earlier today on Iran Revolution Live, I had a very special guest, and it was a good friend of mine. Here we go. Let me bring it up. So a good friend of mine, Josim, and Josim, I'm not going to give away too much, but everyone needs to go and follow Josim and go watch today's live stream episode, day 185. So yeah, Josim is my friend. He is a Kuwaiti Arab, and he has a lot of very interesting things to say. I'm not going to give you any spoilers. So go watch it yourselves. But I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on Josim's appearance, and I'm hoping that I can kind of, how like Petito joins us every Tuesday, so hopefully I can have Josim join us every Thursday. And by the way, the meme that he shared with the Saudi Arabians and the ostriches, so good, right? It was amazing. It was so good. So yeah, and guys, I'm not gonna give much away because he answered a lot of people's sort of misconceptions about the Middle East and Arabs in general. And guys, Josim is like the original Durka whisperer. I'm just gonna say, because he's from Kuwait and he speaks Arabic, he's one of the original Durka whisperers, and he spilled a lot of tea about the drama between the Islamic regime and Saudi Arabia, neither of which he likes, right? But it was good. So yeah, definitely make sure you go and watch today, day 185. It was good. It was really good. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. I knew you guys would. He's great. I should have him on more often. Eli says, oh yeah, happy birthday, just chillin'. Yes, happy birthday. And Mel says happy birthday. Oh, Mel became a member. Thank you. And then Ohana Speak says, USA sent combat troops to the Vietnam War on March 1965, ending March 29, 1973. 58,220 U.S. soldiers died. 54,000 plus Iranians were slaughtered in only a few days. Yeah, exactly. So thank you for that. So that's the reason I was making that comparison, is that it's not about whether one is worse than the other, but I was just this is actually a very good way of contextualizing that, right? So in the Vietnam War, 8 years, 58,000 U.S. soldiers lost their lives. In the span of 2 days alone, over 50, not just 2 days, 10 hours, because it was 5 hours the first night, 5 hours the second night, over 54,000 Iranians slaughtered. And, like you saw, the rivers were running red with the blood of the Iranian people. Oh, we have a message from Persian evangelicals. Iranian Christian here. Thanks for being the voice of our people and standing for righteousness, Goldie Junjavicha. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, so nice to hear from you. Thank you for being here. I don't know if you know, but a few days ago, I actually spoke about how the Islamic regime is attacking the I think it was the Protestant. It's the Protestant church in Tehran, and then I also spoke about Ghazal, who was recently arrested and convicted and sentenced by the Islamic regime for the crime of owning a Bible. So, you know, I have spoken a lot about the persecution of Iranian Christians, and such a nice message. Thank you so much, Persian evangelicals. Really great to hear from you. Yeah, I mean, guys, we Iranians, we're all united, you know, regardless of regardless of like religion or you know, which part of the country we're from or anything like that. We're all Iranian first. And prior to 1979, you know, all of us lived together peacefully. And it was only when the Islamic regime took over and imposed Sharia law that they turned Iran into a hellhole for the rest of us. And guys, by the way, Christianity is the fastest growing religion in occupied Iran. It's just done underground because the crime for, you know, apostasy under Sharia law is death. Okay, sorry guys. I'm losing my voice. So I'm going to end the live stream here with His Royal Highness, the Shah of Iran. I just want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's evening edition of The Goldie Show. Make sure that you like and subscribe because I'm going to have more breaking news tomorrow, both during Iran Revolution Live and also in the evening as well. As always, I'm Goldie Ghamari. You've been watching The Goldie Show, and now you know. I'll see you guys soon.
6 months ago tonight, Tehran went dark. All of Iran went dark. And into that darkness, millions of Iranians walked out of their homes anyway. January 8th and 9th were not just 2 nights of protest. They were the night Iran's silence broke. Millions came into the streets, into the squares, onto their rooftops. But the regime answered them with bullets. Tens of thousands of my compatriots were killed in those 48 hours. Tens of thousands more have been arrested, tortured, and sentenced to die since. They came out determined and brave. I think of them every day. On those 2 nights, I lost countrymen I will never get to meet. I do not hear a statistic when I hear the number 40,000. I see a son who did not come home to his mother, a daughter who will not sit at her family's table again. I think of each of them the way I would think of my own child, my own brother, my own sister. I carry the weight of every one of those names. But the families of the fallen I meet with, week after week, hearten our nation's will to carry on. Their children did not die in vain. They died for freedom, and they died with pride. History will remember what these men and women did. I will make sure of it. Like the resistance who stood against tyranny in occupied Europe, and like the revolutionaries who fought for liberty in America. But theirs was a particular bravery. They had no army, no air cover, nothing but the belief in what they stood for. They stood anyway. A united nation choosing to face the guns together rather than to live one more day in fear. The men and women of the 8th and 9th of January will be remembered in Iran's history as the greatest generation that preferred to die free and standing than to live coward on their knees. To the international community, I ask this: do not let a negotiating table in Geneva or Islamabad erase what happened in the streets of Tehran, Mashhad, and Kermanshah. They died for freedom. And when they are free, the Strait of Hormuz will open, the nuclear threat will end, and we will have true peace. I have told my compatriots, what you did on January 8th and 9th cannot be undone. Together, we will reclaim our country's rightful place in the world, our national dignity, and honor the lives of our heroes. Now is the time to reassess, regroup, and rededicate ourselves to victory. We honor the fallen by finishing what they started. A free Iran is no longer a matter of hope, it is a matter of fact. And know that my brave compatriots are not just fighting for their own liberation, but for the peace and stability of the world.
Thank you.